Huh? Next class. Okay, once again, good morning, students. Let's begin the class. Okay, we were speaking about the dams. It is from chapter 16 only. There is no water new chapter, okay? There is no such new chapter. I was explaining you from the chapter 16 only about the one of the natural resources, that is water, okay? So somebody thought that water is a new chapter. It is not a new chapter. We are speaking about the sustainable management of the natural resources only. And one of the natural resources is water. And in the previous class, we were discussing about the dam, construction of the dams, isn't it? We were discussing about water. What is the main need for construction of the dam? Yes, what are the two things that we are getting by the construction of the dam? What are the two benefits that we are getting by the construction of the dam? Yes, what are the two benefits?
Electricity.
For the production of the hydroelectricity, one. Next one is for providing the
Irrigation.
water for the irrigation. Okay, water for the irrigation. These were the two main reasons why the dams have been constructed. And how the water is supplied to the different places means through which what they have been?
Canals.
To the long distance canals. And because of this, the regions where we cannot see even the possibility of the source of the water, there also we are able to see the cultivation of the crops. And one such example is which one? Which is the example that you have come across in the previous class, where you have seen the green revolution? Due to which canal in Rajasthan? Yes, very good. It is Indira Gandhi Canal. Okay, due to the Indira Gandhi Canal, you have been seen that there is a maximum areas of the Rajasthan have become green because of the availability of the water of the dams through the Indira Gandhi Canal. Okay, and the next we saw the merits as well as the demerits. Both the things we saw. The merits were the places which were nearer to the water sources were able to grow the water intensive crops. What were the water intensive crops from which they got a great profit? What were the water intensive crops that they were growing who were nearer to the water sources? Just two examples of the water intensive crops. Which are the two examples? Yes? See the textbook at least. See the textbook, it is given in the textbook. Read it. Dam. In that para. Wherever the dam heading is there, no, in that para, below it. See there. Yes, what are the two water intensive crops that have been given in your textbook? Which are those two? Yes, anybody? Shall I call the names now?
Rice.
Rice, very good. Rice.
Sugarcane.
Sugarcane. Okay, these are the two crops that are water intensive crops where the water source is nearer to it. They will grow this kind of the crop and they will get a large amount of the profit. But there are some places which have been promised to give the benefit, but they are not getting the benefit. They are being displaced from they might be displaced from the places. The people may be displaced from the places, and they will be promised to give the compensation, adequate compensation, which they will never get at all. As a result of which, what happens? There are oppositions for the construction of the dam. So, which are the oppositions? Let us study. You have studied this while studying about the production of the hydroelectricity. So, oppositions, example of the oppositions for the construction of dams. Opposition for the construction of the dams. Which are the examples? Did you remember the examples from your production of hydroelectricity? At that time only we had discussed about the opposition for construction of the two dams. Which were those two? Just recall. It was Tehri Dam. First one is Tehri Dam. It is on the river Ganga. Okay. Because of these reasons only, because of the lot of the disadvantages that they are facing due to the construction of the dams, the people will get displaced. As a result of which totally they have to leave their homes, again establish the home. From starting they have to start their business. Anything, whatever it may be, they have to face lots of problems. See, completely a house is built, completely the business is established, they are living very cool and calmly, happily there. Again, if they tell you to vacate your place, leave your homes, leave your business, everything and go somewhere and establish your business, start it once again means it leads to a great problem. As a result of which, they were facing lot of problems, and as a result of these disadvantages, there were oppositions for the construction of the dam. And one such example for the opposition is Tehri Dam on the river Ganga. And another example is Narmada Bachao Andolan. It is Narmada Bachao Andolan. Okay, it is means it is a movement. Andolan. Narmada Bachao Andolan. So what is the reason? See, Tehri Dam means dam was, they were opposing to build the construction of the dam on the river Ganga. But Narmada Bachao Andolan, this is on the Sardar Sarovar. They wanted to increase the height of the dam. Okay, this save the Narmada movement. Narmada Bachao Andolan, it is a Hindi word. So what the meaning of this is? Save the Narmada movement. Andolan means movement. What is the main cause? Means they wanted to increase the height of the dam on the Sardar Sarovar, and the people were opposing for increasing the height of the dam. So these are the two examples for the opposition of the dam. So which are the two examples where you can see the opposition for the construction of the dam? The first one is
Tehri Dam.
Tehri Dam. It is on which river?
Ganga River.
Ganga.
River Ganga. The second one is?
Narmada Bachao Andolan.
Very good. Narmada Bachao Andolan. And it is on which river?
Narmada River.
Narmada.
Narmada River. Sardar Sarovar. Okay. So why are these oppositions? See, whatever the oppositions are there, they are due to main three causes. There are three main problems that they are facing. They are facing three main problems. Whatever the people are there, no, who are suffering from the construction of the dams, they will face three main problems. Which are those three problems? One is social problem, second one is economic problem, and the third one is environmental problem. Okay, problems due to the construction of, due to the construction of dams. What are the problems? See, naturally just now we studied in detail. We will sum it up in three categories. They will be put in the three categories. The first one is the problems due to construction of dams is, first one is social problem. Okay, first one is social problem. What is the social problem? See, whoever the people are there who have been displaced due to the construction of these dams, they will be usually the poor people, and they will be promised to pay the compensation for it, but adequate amount of the compensation they will never get. Whatever the amount is promised to be given, that much amount they will not get. First of all, there is a loss of their property, which is very precious for them. After the hard work of over years, they have been constructed all those things. It is lost. Okay, whatever the efforts of so many years are there, they have put their efforts to build the house or maybe the business or whatever it may be. It is after so many years they have established so many things. After the hard work of large decade, 2 decades, 3 decades maybe. Okay, because of their hard work of decades, they have established their business, they may be constructed their homes, whatever the amount they have paid for all those things, because of the displacement, that is a break loss. And whatever the amount that has been spent over there for the construction of all those things, they will not pay that much amount. Again, they have to establish another one from the starting, new one. They will not get that adequate compensation. So what is the social problem means? No adequate compensation. Okay, no adequate compensation. They will not get the compensation. Exact amount, how much they have been promised to do, that much amount they will not get. Sometimes they will get, usually they will get less, or sometimes they will never get only. Just they will promise, they will say that you have been displaced, you should displace from here, and a particular area has been allotted for the persons who have been displaced. You have to go there and establish your own business and stand, make your homes there only. Just they will give the place, they will not give the amount. That means how they have to start, see, without the business, without the property, isn't it? So the first problem is the social problem. That is, they will not get the adequate amount of the compensation. Who? The people or the tribals who have been displaced due to the construction of the dam. The people who have been displaced due to the construction of the dam, they will not get the adequate amount of the compensation. The second problem, which is the second one, it is the economic problem. Okay, second one is economic problem. What may be the economic problem? Economic means naturally comes to the money. Economic problem is naturally it is connected to the money. So whatever the amount the government needs for the construction of the dam, no, from where do they get that money? They utilize the public money itself. Okay, they utilize the public money itself, which they have been collected from the people as in the form of the taxes or all those things. Whatever the amount has been collected from the public, no, that public money only they will utilize for the construction of the dam. That means whatever the money has been collected from the public, it should be for the benefit of the people. But construction of huge projects like this, the money is from some people, the benefit is going to the some other people. So what is the economic problem is, they utilize the public money itself for the construction of the dams. Okay, public money. They utilize the public amount only for the construction of the dams, to build the dams. They utilize public money to build the dam. So that means they are using the public amount only. Whatever the projects have been signed, for that, whatever the money is required, they are using the public amount only. Okay, this is the second problem, which is that it is economic problem. The first one is social problem. That is, they doesn't get the adequate amount of the compensation. Second one is the economic problem. The economic problem is that whatever the public amount is there, no, that itself is utilized for the construction of the big projects, that is dam. And third one, what is the third one? Third one is environmental problem. Okay, environmental problem. It is third one is environmental problems. What are the problems that we are facing in the environment due to the construction of dams? When these dams are built, yes, can you say me? Can you make the list of the environmental problems that you have seen in case of the production of the hydroelectricity? Yes, you have come across these problems while studying about the hydroelectricity. Can you just make a list of the problems which are in the environment? Environmental problems due to the construction of the dam. You have studied these problems. Yes.
Deforestation.
Very good. The first one is deforestation. Very good. It is deforestation. Okay. Present. Shrishti present. Okay. Today, in the previous class, he was absent, isn't it? Okay. The first problem is deforestation. So, what is the next then? See, due to the construction of the dam, you are saying the first problem is deforestation, because the water will get filled up in a large area, as a result of which all the forest area will be destroyed. That is deforestation. They will cut up down the trees and the water will be collected there. So next problem.
Large vegetation will be destroyed.
Large vegetation will be destroyed. That is, there is a loss of the biodiversity. Okay, there is a loss of biodiversity. Large vegetation gets destroyed, that is loss of biodiversity. So these are the three problems that you can see due to the construction of the dam. The third one is environmental problems. The environmental problems are deforestation and the loss of the biodiversity. That means the loss of the plants and maybe the animals, everything, whatever they were there, they will have been displaced or they will get destroyed because of the construction of the dams. So what are the three main problems due to which there is a position for the construction of the dams, or you will face the problems due to the construction of the dams? What are the three problems? Means one by one you have to write this. So what is the first problem? Yes, what is the first one? Yes, what is the first problem? Yes, Udchankar, what is the first problem? See on the board. Udchankar, present, absent? Name is there.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the first problem? This is the science 16th chapter itself. It is not a water new chapter, okay? So what is the first problem that you are going to see due to the construction of the dam? It is social problem. Social means what is the actual thing here? Social problem, what is the actual thing?
Society.
Yes, I am unable to hear you. Pardon? What is the social problem that you can see or they are facing due to the construction of the dam? Yes, answer me.
No adequate compensation.
Yes, the people will not get the adequate amount of the compensation which they have been promised to be given, okay, which they have been promised to be given. The next one, which is the next problem, yes, anybody else? Which is the next problem? Rakesh, our kid, today present or absent, let me see. Rakesh, which is the second problem? See, if we daily go on asking the questions like this, whether you are present or not, if I go on judging you, whether you are present or absent, then when we should complete the syllabus, when we should make yourself perfect in the chapter for you to get the good marks in the exam, yes? If you are lazy like this, if you are not connected to the class, if you are just present on in the record, not actually present, means if whatever it is their record is maintained for maintenance of the record, if you are present, then there is no use. If you are present physically and mentally both here, then we can complete the syllabus in time and we can start the revision. The time is very less and syllabus is also less. See, you are very lucky. The syllabus has further reduced still. Further they have been reduced the syllabus. If you want yourself to make yourself perfect in that, to reduce the syllabus, you should be first attentive to the class. Then one by one, whichever the chapters are present in the syllabus, will start making you perfect in that one. Okay, Rakesh, which is the second problem? Yes, answer me. Are you there? No physical presence, no mental presence, only the record presence. Rakesh Tawarkar. That means he is absent. He has kept it on and went somewhere. Okay, Pallavi. Pallavi also absent. Nagraj, just see the board and read it. Because of you people, I don't want to waste the other students' time. We want to complete the syllabus fast and start the revision. Chapter wise, then question paper wise, 1 mark, 2 marks, 3 marks, everything we have to make yourself perfect. Isn't it? When you make it strict, then only you'll work. Yes? Nagraj. Nagraj is also only present for the record purpose. Arun? Yes, Arun? What is the second problem that you can see due to the construction of the dam? Yes, Arun?
Problem.
It is economic problem. Very good. Arun is there. Say. So what is the economic problem? What do you mean by economic problem? What is the problem actually explaining you? Yes, economic problem. What does it explain to you?
Public money without the generation of profit.
See, very good. They are utilizing the public money for the construction of the dam. Okay. Next, the third problem. Anybody else? Girls?
Environmental problem.
Environmental problems. Okay. Lakshmi, where is Lakshmi? Lakshmi Aralagundiki, isn't it? Where are you? Not record also, not physical also, not mentally also. So anybody else, which is the third problem? Let's come to the studies. Yes, which is the third problem that you are seeing due to the construction of the dam?
Environmental.
It is environmental problem. That is the main thing that you are seeing in the environmental problems is, yes, what are the things that you are seeing there? It is
Deforestation
deforestation
and loss of
and
biodiversity.
loss of biodiversity. Okay, these are the things that you are seeing in the environmental problems. These are the three main problems that you can see due to the construction of the dam. And Priyanka, you had asked me one question because they were knocking the door. I went it in like only Saturday. See, what was your question? Yes, Priyanka.
Ma'am, why don't the planet twinkle whereas our stars will twinkle as they are much
See,
closer
the
to us?
answer is there in your textbook only. If you have listened my class very carefully during the nuclear fusion reactions, you wouldn't have arrived with this question. See, in stars and sun, continuously nuclear fusion reactions are taking place, isn't it? As a result of which continuous radiations are being released. What kind of the radiations? Heat and light energy is released, as a result of which we will be able to see the stars twinkling and sun's light. We will be able to see. But this kind of nuclear fusion will not take place in planets. Okay, nuclear fusion is not there in planets, so we will not be able to see the planet twinkle. Is it clear? Yes, Priyanka, is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Because of the nuclear fusion reactions in stars and the sun, we will be able to see them twinkle or shine or giving a large amount of the light in case of sun. But this kind of the nuclear fusion reaction is not there on the planet. Because of that, we will not be able to see them twinkling or shining. Now let us come to the next concept, that is, due to these problems, usually wherever the people are being displaced now due to the construction of the dam, whatever the dams have been constructed, the big projects, due to these constructions, the people who will be displaced, usually they will be poor people or the tribal people. Okay, they will be poor or the tribal people. First of all, they will be displaced from the people places. They will be displaced from the place wherever they are living. That means if they are using the forest areas, that will also be, they will lose the forest, the land, everything without getting the adequate amount of the compensation. Okay, they will not get the adequate amount of the compensation, or sometimes they will never get itself. Sometimes they will never get itself, because one such example where they didn't get the compensation for being displaced due to the construction of the dam is the example of the Tawa Dam, which has been built in 1976. Still they are facing, still they are fighting with the government to get the compensation. So who are those? They are the people who have been displaced due to the construction of the Tawa Dam in 1970s. Okay, so they didn't get the compensation at all. Still they are fighting. See, from 1970s to up to today, still they are fighting to get the compensation. They have lost their properties, they have lost the land, they have lost the business, everything they have lost. They had been promised to give the compensation, but still they didn't get, and still they are fighting with the government to get the amount of the compensation from them. So they are the people who have been displaced due to the construction of the Tawa Dam. Okay. So what are the usually the problems faced? So the people who have been displaced, what kind of the people they will be? They will be usually poor people, and they will be removed from the lands or the forest. And who are the people who are still suffering for the compensation? Yes, which is the example that I gave just now. The people who have been displaced due to the construction of which dam? Yes, just now I told you one of the dams.
Tehra Dam.
No, Tahri Dam, that is river Ganga. That is different. The people who didn't get the compensation, that was opposition for the construction of the dam. Now I'm speaking
Narmada.
about, that is also different.
Sour Dam.
Tawa Dam. See, just now I tell. It is Tawa Dam. Okay. It is Tawa Dam, built in 1970s. The people who have been displaced due to the construction of the Tawa Dam in 1970s. In 1970s. Okay. In 1970s, the people who have been displaced due to the construction of the Tawa Dam, still they are fighting to get the compensation. They didn't get the amount itself. See the gap of the time, 1970 to the present time. They are still fighting with the government to get the compensation. Okay. So it is the Tawa Dam people who didn't get the compensation. So who are the people who didn't get the compensation? Still today? Yes. Who are the people who didn't get the compensation?
Tawa Dam people.
Who has been displaced due to the construction of the Tawa Dam. Okay. Now let us learn one of the traditional technology. Another one traditional technology which has brought life for the Rajasthan. Another one traditional technology we'll learn. The traditional technology, another one traditional technology is Johar. They are called as Johar. And the person responsible for this is Dr. Rajendra Singh. Okay, see. Another one traditional technology is Johar. This has been introduced by the Dr. Rajendra Singh. See, he is the person who is called as Waterman of India. He is the person who is called as Waterman of India. What did he do then? We are talking about Dr. Rajendra Singh. Why is he famous for? He is called as the Waterman of India. What he is called? He is called as, see, Waterman of India. Why is he called so? The question arises now. Why is he called so? He is called so because due to his efforts of 2 decades, because of his efforts of 2 decades, what did he do? Within 2 decades, see, within 2 decades, he introduced 8,600 Johar. Okay. He introduced 8,600 Johars. Johars means what? Naturally, the question arises. Johars means lakes or the small ponds will be there, no? That will be natural one. So here Johars are artificial ponds or the lakes. What they will do? They will construct, they will search a place, particular place where a slope is there, wherever there is a possibility of collection of the water. What they will do? They will build an artificial pond or a lake at the place where there is a possibility of collection of the water. They will construct here. They will construct here by using the concrete and all. They will construct here. And after construction of this, water gets collected over there. And these artificially developed lakes or ponds are called as Johar. In Hindi, they will call as Kacha Talab. Okay. In Rajasthan, these Johars are called as Kacha Talab. That means they have prepared. They are the man-made talab or the lakes or the ponds, whatever you say. They are prepared by the man. Artificially, they have been prepared in such a way that water gets collected over here and this water is utilized for the different purpose. And this is done in Rajasthan. Where it is done? It is done in Rajasthan state. This is a technique which is used in Rajasthan. And because of him, because of his efforts of 2 decades, 2 decades means 20 years. Within 20 years, he established 8,600 Johars, as a result of which he gave the life for thousands of villagers. Thousands of villagers got the life. That means thousands of villagers were able to get the water for the production, for their basic requirements and for the cultivation of the crops. Okay, because of his effort. Whose effort? Dr. Rajendra Singh's effort, who is called as Waterman of India. Why is he called Waterman? Because he has introduced Johars. Actually, the Johars were there, that were artificial, means natural were there. But he introduced another special technology. He introduced a new technology and prepared a powerful Johars where the water gets collected and that water can be utilized for completion of the basic requirements of the people and for the cultivation of the crops also. Okay, so he within two decades he prepared 8,600 Johars in Rajasthan, as a result of which 1,000 villages, 1,000 more than 1,000 villages were able to get the water. Okay, because of his efforts only in Rajasthan, more than 1,000 villages were able to get the water. See, where we cannot imagine the possibility of the sources of water due to a single man's knowledge or due to his efforts, we are able to see the green revolution in Rajasthan. What has he done? He has constructed the structures called Johars. How many such structures? 8,600 structures he has constructed. Within 2 decades, he has constructed so many structures and gave the life for more than thousands of the villages of Rajasthan. Because of that only, he has got a very prestigious prize that is called as Stockholm Prize. Okay, that is called as Stockholm's Water Prize. Which prize did he get? Stockholm Water Prize. Stockholm Water Prize. He got this prize in 2015. Okay, see, because of his great work with respect to the conservation of the water and sustainable management of the water, what did he get? He got a very prestigious prize, which is that Stockholm Water Prize in 2015. Why this prize is given? This prize is given to honor the person who has contributed towards the conservation of the water resources that are on the earth. So he has been honored by this prize. And he has also honored by another one prize that is not mentioned in your textbook. It is called as Megaseus Award. Megaseus Award that he got in 2001. It is not mentioned in your textbook, just for your information I'm saying you. He got Megaseus Award also in 2001. And he also runs an NGO, Tarun Bharat Sangh, by the name Tarun Bharat Sangh. He runs an NGO. That the name of the NGO is Tarun Bharat Sangh. See, he is a person who brought the green revolution to the very water scarcity region called Rajasthan. See, to a place where we cannot imagine the water sources, there he has made the possibility of the water available there. Okay, so who is he? Who is he? What is the name of the person?
Rajendra Singh.
Dr. Rajendra Singh. Why is he called the waterman? Because he has got this prize. Why is he called waterman? Because Waterman of India. He is called as Waterman of India. Why is he called Waterman of India? Because he got which prize? Yes, which is the prize that he got in 2015.
Stockholm.
Stockholm Water Prize. This is one of the most prestigious honor. Okay, and how many Johars was he able to construct? How many Johars?
8,600.
8,600 Johars. In how many decades? Within how many decades?
2 seconds.
2 decades. Okay, and how many villages were able to get the water by the construction of these Johars?
1,000
1,000
villages.
Villages.
More than 1,000 villages. It was there are more than 1,000 villages that got the life. So he is considered as Waterman of India. So this was one of the traditional technology that they are using. So this technology is still followed in Rajasthan. So this is called as Johas. Whatever it is, they specially call it as Johas. Earlier the Johats were there, but he little bit by using the technology he made them new. Okay, this was about the traditional technology of conservation of the water and the sustainable management of the water. That is called as Johats. Okay, this was about Rajendra Singh and the Johats which gave the life for the Rajasthan. Now let us come to the another one next thing, that is water harvesting. So anybody any doubt in this? No, no. Yes, anybody any doubt?
No, ma'am.
No, no, let us come to the next concept now, water harvesting. And you might have seen so many science projects in our school. When the science exhibition was there, might have seen, because so many students have prepared this one, water harvesting projects. Have you seen water harvesting projects in our school? Yes, you didn't say?
Yes, ma'am, seen.
In which room I am taking the class now? In the same room, and on my right side there were two projects during the science exhibition of the last year. They were water harvesting projects only. So what is the meaning of water harvesting? So what is the actual meaning? What do you mean?
Conservation of rainwater.
Very good. The conservation of rainwater. Water harvesting means conservation of the rainwater. It may be in the cities, in the towns, on the place, or the open places, or in the villages itself. Anywhere it may be. Whatever the rainwater is there, no, it comes and just we shouldn't allow it to flow it away. We should collect that water and get it collected in the underground tank, or maybe we should get collected underground like that only, so that it will get absorbed in the soil. If we are thinking about the towns and the places where the big buildings are there, what they will do, whatever the water that is being collected due to the rain on the roof is made to, see, if there is a house like this, whatever the water is there, no, due to the rain, it gets collected over here. Through a pipeline, they will make it to get collected in an underground tank. And that water will be utilized for the further next different purposes. This is the water harvesting that you can see in the cities or the towns. In open places, what they will do? See, for example, there are hills, mountains everywhere. Here also they will do water harvesting. What they will do? Wherever the water is being flowing, no, that water they will divert it in such a way that totally that water should be collected in a particular single place in the ground itself. Okay, they will collect that water, whatever the water is being coming due to the rain, that will be diverted towards a single source. All the directions will be towards a single source and the water gets collected there. That means we are utilizing the rainwater. If we don't have constructed this kind of the structure, if there was no structure like this where the water is being collected, then water would have been just flown away. It would have gone like this, it would have gone like this, or it would have gone like this. Okay, it would have gone into its original path as it was going earlier. But what we have done, we have constructed a structure over here and diverted the direction of the water in such a way that the total water, whatever is flowing, is being collected in a structure where water is stored and it can be utilized. And what happens due to the stored water in the ground? It increases the underground level of the water. It increases the fertility of the soil. So what we are doing, we are collecting the rainwater. That means we are doing water harvesting here. If it is in the towns, this is the building, then naturally we will collect from the roof directly to an underground tank, and that water will be utilized for the different purposes. And here, if it is in an open ground, I am saying whatever the water is coming due to the rains, water coming due to the rains, if this structure was not there, it would have been flown away. Now what we are doing, we are constructing a structure where we are diverting the direction of the flow of the water and totally the water gets collected over here. This is inside the ground, okay, or on the upper side of the ground. Later that water will be absorbed by the ground. That water, it penetrates into the ground and it increases the groundwater level. It increases the groundwater level, it increases the fertility of the soil, and whatever the water sources are there no, nearby this region, that water sources will also increase their lifespan. The lifespan of those water sources will also get increased. This is the main thing that these are the main benefits that we are going to observe due to the water harvesting. So water harvesting means collecting the rainwater for the beneficial purpose, not allowing it just to flow away into the river and get collected in the ocean, because ocean water we cannot utilize because it is a salty water, isn't it? So as a result of which, what we will do, we will utilize the rainwater. The utilization of the rainwater for the beneficial purposes is called as water harvesting. This is called as water harvesting. And this kind of the structure is called as watershed. Watershed. See, whatever the flowing water is there, no, it is being collected in a particular area. That is called as watershed. Okay, this is called as watershed. This is also rainwater harvesting. This is a naturally in an open ground. It is an open place. Wherever you are doing the water harvesting in an open place, that particular place is called as watershed. Here it is in the building. Here it gets collected in the underground tank. Okay, this one is called as watershed. It is called as watershed. Okay, where the water is being collected in the nature itself on the surface of the water due to the diversion of the flow of the water in the different places where there is a possibility of downstream flow of the water is possible. All the water is completely diverted to get collected in a single place, and then this water is utilized. So what is the use of this water? Yes, what is the use of this water? The use of this water is, first one is for
Irrigation.
irrigation. It increases the groundwater level. Whatever it starts penetrating into the soil. It goes inside the soil. See, it goes inside like this. Through the small capillaries, it goes inside the soil. It is utilized for the irrigation purpose. It is going inside the soil, means it is increasing the groundwater level. It is making the soil fertile overall, wherever all the area becomes fertile. Very good for the cultivation of the crop. And whatever the sources are there nearby this region, near this watershed region, this is called as watershed. Whatever the water sources are there near this watershed region, no, the lifespan of those wells or maybe ponds or maybe rivers, whatever they may be, the lifespan will be increased. There may be dams also, reservoirs also. The lifespan of the water sources near to this watershed regions will be increased, isn't it? So this is the meaning of water harvesting and watershed. The place is called as watershed. The method is called as water harvesting. Okay, we'll learn further about this in the next class. So have you given your books in the school? Yes, students?
No, you told to give today, ma'am.
Okay, up to the evening you have to submit, say.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody, you have to submit your books up to the evening, and tomorrow I'll collect it from the school. Is it clear? And yesterday I have sent 2 assignments. Have you seen?
Yes, ma'am.
When you will write and give, take your time, because other subjects also you have to write it. So you say me a particular day, write those assignments neatly. Based on that only the internal marks will be given. And there is a news that still the syllabus is reduced. So start your hard work. Whatever the assignments are given, at least you start with those. And this chapter, whatever I am teaching now, no, this will not be deleted. Because of that only I am going it little bit slow and thoroughly. So to make yourself perfect, this chapter will not be deleted. Is it clear? Everybody?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Whatever the deleted syllabus is there, no, in the deleted syllabus, this chapter is not there. So read it very much clearly, understand it properly, and make yourself perfect with the whatever the questions are there. So after completion of the syllabus, I'll start giving you the questions chapter wise and with the point of view, with the examination point of view. For example, if the question has arrived for 1 mark, 2 marks, 3 marks, whatever it may be, according to the question paper, I'll start you making yourself prepared. I'll give the questions in the same way so that you should make yourself perfect in that much only. You will get the good marks. Okay. So this chapter is not deleted. Take it seriously. Write the notes, everything very clearly. I'll send after the completion of this chapter. And write those assignments and give me whenever you want. You say me a particular date when you will complete those assignments. Before 1 or 2 days, you tell me. I'll say everybody to give the book assignments on the same day. You have to submit to the school. Okay. Is it clear? Write it neatly. Draw the diagrams very clearly. Label the parts. Okay. This is the way to draw the diagram. After drawing, first of all, the diagram should be very neat. Then you have to label the parts. Marks will be allotted for both the things. Is it clear? So complete today. You get collected your notes to the school. Tomorrow I'll take it from here. And about the assignments, when you are going to complete, you inform me. When you will complete, then you will say me. I will give you a particular date for you. Is it clear? Anybody any doubt in today's chapter?
No, ma'am.
See,
No,
this is there in the syllabus. Whatever the deleted chapters are there, no, it is not there in that. This is there in your syllabus. You should read it. You should be perfect with this chapter. This is an important chapter. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, students. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to all once more here. Dear students, in the last class we have discussed about the public finance and also budget. Today here we are to discuss about the deficit finance or deficit financing. Before going to that deficit financing here, let us understand here once more regarding from the budget here. Public finance means here the government, it has to manage its expenditure and its revenue here. The study of this expenditure and also that revenue or income of the government, it is called as public finance. And what do you mean by here this budget? It means estimation of expenditure and then income, or through that government body or government organization, it is called as budget here. It would happen in the government also, in the individual's life also here. This budgeting, even we can also do that estimation of our income and then expenditure. This activity, it helps us to manage our along year of economical activities or financial position there. Which one? The estimation of our income and then expenditure. Every year, government it may form its budget or it may announce its budget. In that budget, it shows its income sources also and then its expenditure also here. And you know already there are three types of budget. The first one is a surplus budget, second one a deficit budget here, and the third it is a balanced budget here. What do you mean by that surplus budget here? If the revenue it is more than its expenditure, government whatever it is it's a plan to spend here. If the revenue it is more than that spend or that expenditure, it is called as a surplus budget. And then second one, it is a deficit budget there. Here revenue it will be not more than its revenue, the expenditure will be more here. Whatever sources are there regarding its income, that available income it will be less than its expenditure here. This situation or this type of the action, it is also called as what? The deficit financing. And the third, that is balanced budget. Here both will be equal. Even the coming the income it will also sufficient, and that expenditure also government it will do according to that income. An example you have already seen that in the PPT there. If your expenditure is 2,000, your that income it will be also 2,000. Or whatever income is there, yours that much only you will do expenditure. This is called as a balanced budget here. Today here we have to understand a little more regarding this budget. In the budget, government it will try to mention its or record its revenue also, that, and it will mention its expenditure also here. It means public revenue also and public expenditure also here. It will mention here whatever income it will collect from the public, that also, and then on which activity or on which should it will spend that revenue which it will collect from the public there. That is come under what? Public expenditure. It is government responsibility to spend that money for the public activities here. That is necessary to show the progress. If the public expenditure is more, there will be more and more that economical activities, and this public expenditure it enhances this public revenue there, because there will be more economical activities. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹಣವನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಿಗಾಗಿ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ, here that economical activities will be increased. If the economical activity will be increased, automatically the tax also it will increase there. It means people will get a huge income, and little part of their income according to the suggestion of the government in percentage they will fill to the government, and other side here, this public revenue, it will increase here. But here, today we are going to discuss about more and more regarding this public revenue here. And how government it has been collecting the public revenue. There are two ways. First one, that is revenue receipt here. It is common. Here government it doesn't need to invest or sell any its sources or take money from the other financial institution. That is common. It will form few rules and regulations. According to that rules and regulations here, measures public, it means people of the country, they will pay tax to the government. And what do you mean by this capital revenue? Here government, it may borrow from the, or it may raise here a fund from the other sources. For example, it can sell its available assets to the public or to the private sector. But it is a little dangerous here, because if the government it has sold or sold its sources or assets to the other here, its assets it will be reduced. And in another side, it may take here a loan from the public also. Why it has to take loan or why it has to raise fund? To manage that expenditure. It will take here money from the internal also and then external sources also there. It means through by the RBI also, or it can raise fund from the public also there, or it can take fund from the foreign that banks also, foreign government also. Like this, it will manage this public revenue. Whenever it will get a shortage of this revenue receipts or which it will collect from the public, it will try to raise fund through the capital receipt here, or sorry, capital revenue. If it is more, it doesn't show its interest to raise fund from this capital revenue. It will be same there. Here we already understood it is the government duty to spend more and more money on the economical activities, because in another side it may bring that government huge income. Government it has been practicing a lot of activities to earn here income. It has been doing here. It has own its organizations also to earn income. For example, RYTC is the own organization, railway also, and that Indian Oil Corporation. Through that also, it will try to earn the income there. And other side, that generally or normally public they will pay the tax to the government. These are the source to the our income source to the government. Now here we have to discuss about what is the deficit financing here. Before going to understand this deficit financing, we have to understand here what we mean by deficit. Deficit means here shortage. Why government it will face the problem of deficit financing? Whenever it will wish to spend more on economical activities, it may cause to the deficit financing here. It will face the problem of shortage of finance. Whenever its expenditure it will be more than its revenue receipt, this one here public revenue, government it has to face the problem of deficit finance here, or deficit budget also here. Whenever it faces the deficit finance, during this situation, it will try to finance or take money from the other organization that are already told under the capital revenue here. Let us understand here that deficit financing. Financing the budgetary deficit. Budgetary deficit means here shortage of that budget here, because expenditure is more than its revenue. Therefore, it is called as a budgetary deficit here. For this budgetary deficit, we have to finance. We have to provide here a fund through loans from RBI or a creation of new money. It is called as a deficit financing here. when a government, it will face the problem of income, it will try to finance that or to manage that money by taking the other source or through the other source here. What are the other sources? It can take money from the RBI. Here I have told that under the capital revenue way. It can take that money from the raise fund from the public also by selling its bond through the RBI way. That we have studied in the last lesson there. And sometime it may print here from the more money also to manage the its financial situation. In some other occasions, it can take care of fund from the foreign country also, foreign banks also there to manage its economical situation or to manage this deficit financing here. That process it is called as a deficit financing. And while following this deficit financing, government it will follow here 4 types of concepts. There are 4 concepts of deficit financing. And then first one, that is a fiscal deficit here. And the second, it is a revenue deficit. And the third, it is a primary deficit. And the fourth, it is a budget deficit here. First one, fiscal deficit, fiscal shortage. And second, revenue shortage or revenue deficit here. And the third, it is a primary deficit. And the fourth, it is a budgetary or budget deficit here. Let us understand here one by one what we mean by these all 4 concepts here. Now here we are going to discuss about the fiscal deficit here. So far you drop this here. So far we discussed about the what? This budget and also deficit financing. Do not get any confusion here. Government, it will mention its public revenue also and then a public expenditure also in the budget. And how it will collect here that public revenue or that income through that revenue receipt and also that is capital revenue here. Under this revenue receipt here, government it will get income through the tax revenue. It means direct and indirect and non-tax organizations also there. And that I have mentioned here, non-tax revenue through the SBI and then railway here. That is common. Without spending any money, here always that revenue to be flow toward the government treasure. Compulsory that public or organization they have to pay to the government. For that government, it won't provide, it won't give any benefit to the that public. Indirectly, it may give by spending or by spending that money on the economical activities, but directly it will not pay amount to any that gift to the taxpayer. While it face the problem of less revenue during this situation, to manage the economical situation is the expenditure. It will rise from this capital revenue here. It can rise here fund from the RBI also or through the public also by selling its assets, or it can take borrow money from that internal or external sources or foreign country, foreign banks also there. And later on also, this public revenue, it will increase on the public expenditure. One thing you have to remember, whenever the government public expenditure, it will be more, automatically it may affect upon the tax payment. People, they will get more income through the variety of that or more economical activities, and later on also, if their income it is increased, then they will pay to the government little amount as in the form of a tax here. This is about what this budget, and here we discussed about this finance deficit finance also. What do you mean by deficit finance here? Financing. For whom we have to finance here? For whom or for what we have to provide a income source? The budgetary deficit. It means a shortage of that budget amount here. So loan from RBI and creation of new money. Whenever it will face the problem of budgetary deficit, ಬಜೆಟ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಮೌಂಟಿನ ಒಂದು ಕೊರತೆ ಬಿದ್ದಾಗ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೈತಿ, ವಾಟ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹಿಯರ್, it will try to take fund from the RBI also, and it may put a print more and more that which currency also there to manage its expenditure, or in other way it can take loan from the that foreign banks, foreign government also here. And why this is called as a deficit financing. While practicing this deficit financing, government it will follow here 4 types of that concepts, and they are called as a fiscal deficit. Second, it is a revenue deficit, and third, it is a primary deficit here, and fourth, it is a budgetary deficit here. These are the 4 concepts which government it will follow during the time of that deficit financing here. Let us understand here one by one what do we mean by that fiscal, revenue, and primary and budgetary. First here we will understand about this, or we will study about the fiscal deficit here. What do you mean by fiscal deficit here? The difference between the total expenditure and total revenue of the government, it is called as, or it is termed as fiscal deficit here. The difference between total revenue and total expenditure of the government, it is termed as a fiscal deficit here. Sorry, deficit. For example, your income it is a 200 rupees. If your income it is 200 rupees here, and expenditure it is a 300 rupees. If you minus this 200 in 300, what is the result? 100 rupees here. This is what the fiscal deficit here. We will get the shortage of 100 rupees because we have to spend here 300 rupees, but our income only it is 200 rupees. Here we will get a shortage of 100 rupees, and this 100 rupees we have to manage through rising funds from the RBI also, from the public also, from the any other internal sources, or by selling our assets. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅಸೆಟ್ಸ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸೇಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ also, and also we can take here money from the abroad bank also, abroad government also there. This is called as what? Fiscal deficit here, and there is a formula to manage this fiscal deficit, that is a FD. FD means here provident fund note. Fiscal deficit is equal to revenue receipt, this one revenue receipt here, and plus non-debt capital receipt here. Non-debt capital receipt means recovery of loans. In several occasions, central government or state government they may give loan to the any organization or that state government also. Here we are talking about, you just think here we are talking about the central government budget here. Here central government it may grant loan to the state government whenever they will approach to that central government. In some occasions, while there will be economical crisis in the states, they may take here loan from the central government, or in some other occasions here that the central government it may provide loan to the abroad countries also, like Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangla, or any other African countries. These are all it has to recover after that particular period. These are all come under the what? This non-debt capital receipt here, or revenue. Revenue receipt plus non-debt capital revenue is equal to total expenditure here. Minus this is here, minus total expenditure. This is the formula. So this government it will identify what percent of amount we are getting a shortage, and later on how much amount it will get a shortage, it will try to collect that through the various sources that I already discussed here under that capital revenue, or in any other sources here, or it can take money from the abroad also here. This is about that fiscal deficit here. Yeah, meaning of fiscal deficit: the difference between the total expenditure of the government and total income, it is called as a fiscal deficit. And there is a formula to know about the fiscal deficit here. What percent of amount we are getting short is to identify that government it will follow here a kind of that formula, that is a FD, fiscal deficit is equal to revenue receipt plus non-debt capital revenue minus total expenditure. Including this revenue receipt and non-debt capital revenue here, the total, if it is this is just an example you take here. This is what 300 rupees revenue receipt, 300 rupees, and non-debt capital receipt it is what 200 rupees here. We have to plus this. We have to add this addition. What it will be 300 plus 200? It will be 500. And total expenditures ours it is just consider that is 700 here. If you do the minus of this revenue receipt and a non-debt capital receipt in this total expenditure, we will get a shortage of 200. This is this 200. It is the what deficit, fiscal deficit here. Here, if we consider revenue receipt, we have collected 300 rupees through the revenue receipt here. It means a tax in the form of tax, and we have recovered 200 rupees from that state government or any other organization which we have paid as a loan. Including these 300 rupees and 200 rupees, it will be 500 here. These 500 we have to minus in the total expenditure. What is our total expenditure? That is 700. If you minus these 500 rupees into this 700 rupees here, you will get a shortage of 200 rupees. This 200 rupees, it is the what fiscal deficit, and that amount we have to manage through rising fund from the public or any other organization. This is about what that fiscal deficit here. And second, it is a revenue receipt here. Which one? Revenue receipt. Then what do you mean by revenue receipt here? The difference between revenue expenditure and revenue receipt. It is known as, or it is called as here revenue deficit here. The difference between revenue receipt expenditure and revenue receipt. It is called as here revenue deficit. An example, if I told only here, only you cannot understand that. You understood through an example here. If our income it is 100 rupees, and we will do plan regarding that how to manage that 100 rupees. Here income always it will not be same. Whatever we will expect, it may decrease in some occasions, or some other occasions it may increase also. For example, you can take here economical situation of COVID-19 only. We didn't expected this type of economical crisis in the past there, but suddenly it was arised there. Most of we have faced a problem of the economical crisis. An example, here I have taken 100 rupees. If our income it is 100 rupees, in that 100 rupees, we will spend, this is what expenditure, assumption. Here I am taking assumption or example to tell about this revenue deficit here. When we will face the problem of revenue deficit. If you thought that our income it is 100 rupees, what we will do that 100 rupees? We will spend nearly 70 rupees or 75 rupees for our needs, and how much we will save there? Nearly 20 to 25 rupees it will be saving. But our income it will not be always the same. Whatever we will expect, sometime it may decrease also, sometime it may increase also here. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಏನಿತ್ತು, ನಮ್ದು ಒಂದು ಇನ್ಕಮ್ 100 rupees ಇದೆ, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, in that 100 rupees we will spend there 70 rupees there, and then remaining that 30 rupees we can use for any other activities or entertainment, or we can keep that as a savings also. But unfortunately that income it has decreased. Nama expectation what was our expectation? What is our expectation here? That is 100 rupees, but we have earned only what 90 rupees, and while our expenditure, how much our how much was our expenditure? It was 70 rupees there. First, we have, according to our plan, we thought that we will save there 30 rupees. In that 100, if you minus that 70 our expenditure, it will 30 rupees, it will remain there. We thought that there will be 30 rupees excess amount. But due to the decrease of income, it has reduced to that 20 rupees here. Then what is the estimated income? That is 30, but we have got here 20 rupees. The difference between these 30 and 20, 10 rupees. That 10 rupees, it is what revenue deficit here. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಆದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಯ್ತು, ನಾವು ಉಳಿತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ 10 rupees ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಯಿತು. That is the what part of this or example of revenue deficit here. We have got there a shortage of 10 rupees to save or to get entertainment any other activities here. That is called as a revenue receipt here. Once more, the difference between revenue expenditure. What was our revenue expenditure? It was 100 rupees. And revenue receipt here. Sorry, our revenue expenditure, it was 70 rupees. And revenue receipt, it was 100 rupees. And it is known as here that revenue deficit here. It means, and if we minus that 70 rupees in the 100, we thought that we will save there 30 rupees. But due to the reason of that revenue receipt, it was it has been decreased here. Revenue receipt, it means 90 rupees only we have earned there. And if you minus this 90 rupees, if you minus that 70 rupees in the 90 year, only 20 rupees will be remained there. First we thought that we will save 30 rupees, but unfortunately due to the decrease of this revenue receipt, we have saved only 20 rupees here. The difference between these two, it is 10 rupees. That is the what here, revenue deficit here. This is all about what revenue deficit. And the third, it is a primary deficit here. This is the third concept of deficit financing here. Here it is defined as fiscal deficit of a current year minus interest payment on previous borrowings here. What is this previous borrowings here? Government, they may change here every 5 years through the elections. You already know that. And each and every government, it may raise fund for the public expenditure or the financial activities or economical activities here. That government, it may raise fund from the public also, RBI also, from the foreign country also, foreign banks also. And they do not pay here amount without taking interest. They will fix a particular interest on that amount, and then they'll lend the money to that government here. And each and every government, they have to pay here interest to that loan. Whatever that borrowings it has taken, that previous government or that present government, it is the duty of that present government or current government here to pay interest on that debt here or that loan. Here, the difference between revenue, third one, primary deficit, it is defined as fiscal deficit of a current year. What is the fiscal deficit here? That is 700 rupees. In that 700 rupees, 200 rupees we have got shortage here. We have raised that fund from the other activities. In this amount, in this 200 rupees, we have to pay here interest to the previous government borrowing. ಇವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಏನು ನಾವು 200 ರೂಪಾಯಿನ ಏನು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದೇವಿ ಲೋನ್ ತಗೋದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ, ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಇವಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? we have to use that 200 rupees to pay interest to whom? To that previous borrowings here. ಹಿಂದೆ ನಾವು ಏನು ಸಾಲವನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡಿರ್ತೇವಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಪೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ we will pay to that previous borrowings or that whatever interest government it will pay to that previous borrowings, it is called as a primary deficit here. ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಒಂದು ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ನ ಪೇ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ how much amount government it will use here to pay the interest of the previous borrowings, it is the part of what, or it is called as here, it is considered as a primary deficit. That interest amount we cannot use that on the public expenditure because we have paid that to the other that organizations from whom that government it has taken loan there. We have paid that as a interest there. We cannot use that. It has already gone. Therefore, we will get shortage of that amount here. That is considered as what, primary deficit or a primary shortage here. This is all about what, primary deficit. And the last, it is a budget deficit here. Then what do you mean by budget deficit here? It is the overall gap between revenue and expenditure during a given year or during a 1 year. This budget deficit and then a fiscal deficit, both these are look same, but the difference is here. Under the fiscal deficit, government it will consider even this non-debt capital revenue. It means recovery of loan. But under this budgetary deficit, government it cannot consider that. It won't consider that which one, recovery of loan or a non-debt capital revenue here, which it will recover from the state government or RBI or what foreign country banks or foreign governments. Always the government it won't take money from that foreign country, foreign banks. Some other time here it may pay amount, it may lend amount to the foreign country also. For example, surrounding countries of India, from Bangla and Nepal, Bhutan, and that Sri Lanka and some of the African countries, they have been taken loan from the India there. It will government it will recover the loan as in the form of interest also and that main amount also there. Under this budgetary deficit, government it won't consider this. It will consider only under this budget deficit this revenue receipt. It means income and then that expenditure. That is a total expenditure. This is called as what? Budgetary deficit or budget deficit here. This is all about what? Concept of deficit finance here. Once more, regarding these four concepts of deficit finance. What do you mean by deficit finance here? Financing the budgetary deficit through loans from RBI and creation of new money, printing the more money in the country, or borrowing loan from the other banks or foreign banks or through the foreign government also. That is called as a deficit financing here. By borrowing money, we will manage our shortage or our deficit here. And while practicing this deficit finance, government it will follow here four types of concepts. They are fiscal deficit, second revenue deficit here, and third it is a primary deficit, and the fourth it is here budgetary or budget deficit here. Let us understand once more fiscal deficit here. What do you mean by the fiscal deficit here? The difference between the total revenue and total expenditure of the government is called as a fiscal deficit here. How government will calculate this fiscal deficit here? There is a formula, that is fiscal deficit is equal to what? Revenue receipt plus non-debt capital revenue here. Revenue receipt, how it will collect the government? Through the direct and indirect taxes, or that what are non-tax revenue also there, organizations here, through the RBI, Railway and Indian Oil Corporation. These are all will bring here revenue receipt to the government or income to the government. And the other side, government it will recover amount from the borrowed countries or borrowed organizations here. ಯಾರು ಲೋನ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಫಾರಿನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಫಾರಿನ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ರಿಕವರ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದೆಮ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ದೀಸ್ ಟು and minus total expenditure. Here I have taken example of 300 rupees and 200 rupees regarding that revenue receipt here and then non-debt capital. Here our revenue receipt is 300 rupees and non-debt capital revenue it is 200 rupees. If you do addition of these two, it will be 500 rupees. And here our total expenditure it is 700 rupees here. If you minus these 500 in this 700, we will get a shortage of 200 rupees. Here, these to manage these shortage of 200 rupees, we have to borrow money from that organizations. It would be internally or externally here. This is what fiscal deficit. And the second it is a revenue receipt. Here I have taken an example of that 100 rupees and our own example. The difference between a revenue expenditure and a revenue receipt is known as a revenue deficit here. In case if we consider our income it is 100 rupees, we'll do plan to spend that 70 rupees, and then what percent of amount it will remain there? 30 rupees. And our income it will be always the same. It may decrease some other occasions. In some other occasions, it may increase also. First, we have thought that we will get 100 rupees income, and we will spend 70 rupees, and we will save there that 30 rupees. But due to the reason of our income, it may decrease to 90 rupees, and expenditure it is the same there. And the difference between these 90 and then 70, it will be 20 there. First, what was our plan? We will say there is 30 rupees, but due to the shortage of income, we are able to save only 20 rupees here. Then we got there a shortage of 10 rupees. That is called as what revenue deficit here. ನಮ್ಮ ಉಳಿತಾಯ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಆದಾಯ ಎಷ್ಟು ರೂಪೀಸ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲಿ 10 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಯ್ತು. 10 rupees it is less there. That is what called as a revenue deficit or a ಕಂದಾಯದ ಒಂದು ಕೊರತೆ. Okay, this is what a revenue deficit, and there is a formula that is a revenue deficit, revenue receipt minus revenue expenditure here. Through this formula or through this concept here, government it will manage the revenue deficit here. And the third, it is a primary deficit here. It is defined as a fiscal deficit of a current year minus interest payment on previous borrowings here. Each and every government they will take money from the other countries or other banks also whenever they will get the shortage of revenue there. And it is the duty of the present government to pay interest on that previous borrowings. It will be same government also or any other government. ಅದು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. It is the duty of that government to pay that. And here government what it will do, it will pay interest through the fiscal deficit here. There it has a rise of 200 rupees from the public or through the external internal sources here. In that 200 rupees, it will pay here interest on that previous borrowings here. Whatever interest it will pay to that previous borrowings, later on after paying that amount as an interest, it will get a shortage of that amount. In case in the 200 rupees, if we have paid 50 rupees as the interest of that previous borrowings, we will get a 50 rupees shortage there. That is what a part of this revenue deficit here. Sorry, that primary deficit here. Primary deficit. Next, last one, that is a budget deficit here. Budget deficit and then that fiscal deficit. These two are same, but only the difference is here. In the fiscal deficit, government it will collect amount from the recovery here through the government, state government also, through the any other organizations also, from to whom it was lended amount there. And under this budget deficit, government it will not consider this non-debt capital revenue. It will consider only its revenue receipt and the total expenditure. This is what the situation or the meaning of deficit financing here. It is the overall gap between revenue and its expenditure during a given year. it is called as a budget deficit year. This is all about a concept of a deficit financing year. Like this, the government, it will manage its financial situation or the public expenditure and also revenue, public revenue there. This is all about what? Entire lesson of public finance and then budget year. With this lesson it is over. Have understood this all? Artha
Sir,
aita
what is the
hai
meaning of revenue deficit?
revenue deficit. That is here. The difference between a revenue expenditure and a revenue receipt, it is known as a revenue deficit here. ಏನಾಯ್ತು revenue difference between the revenue expenditure. I have taken an example also there. First we thought that our revenue receipt, it means income, it will be 100 rupees. ನಾವು ಮೊದಲು ಏನು ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ, ನಾವು ಒಂದು 100 ರೂಪಾಯಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಗಳಿಸಬಹುದು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 70 rupees ನನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಂಡಿಚರ್ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಉಳಿತಕ್ಕಂತ ಆದಾಯ ಎಷ್ಟು 30 rupees. First we thought like that there, but due to some that reasons we will not be able to earn here 100 rupees. There will be several causes here. We will earn only that 90 rupees there, and we will be able to save only 20 rupees. But first what we thought, we have thought there what we will be save 30 rupees, but what we saved at present here only 20 rupees there. ಮೊದಲು ನಮಗೆ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಆಸೆ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ 30 ರೂಪಾಯಿನ ನಾವಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳಿಸುವಂತ ಆಸೆ ಇತ್ತು, but due to the shortage of that revenue they have saved only 20 rupees here. And what is the difference between that 30 and 20 here? 10 rupees. That 10 rupees it is the what we will consider as the what revenue deficit here. ನಮಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ 10 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಒಂದು ಕೊರತೆ ಆಯಿತು. We have got a shortage of the 10 rupees as the what revenue deficit here. This is the what or this is called as a revenue deficit here. Once it is a little difficult to understand, in a silent mode you have to practice these all that concept of deficit financing here. They don't ask this much deep in the exam questions on these topics here, but you should be able, if they ask for that any 1 or 2 marks there, they may ask only concept of that for 2 marks. In some other occasions they may ask 1 mark question on this concept of deficit financing here. If you compared, if you verified all that previous question paper there are since 2015, they didn't ask any question regarding these all there. What is the formula, how they will calculate these all, but you should be ready to what answer they ask in the exam. Or afterwards the sir they will send a link also, you can once more see this. If you didn't understand even that also, and you can learn from that YouTube also there by searching the videos there it will be easy to understand the topic there. This is all about what public finance and then budget. Do you have any doubts, sir?
No, sir.
With this here this lesson is over, and you can write the question answers by using that file there. Only under that 5 lessons will be remain there, and that we will complete within this month. It is not possible because in that 15 days it is difficult to complete that. Before that January 10th we will try to complete that. Okay students, with this I will conclude this class. Thank you so much to all. Bye.
ಹುಡುಗರು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತದನ?
Yes, ma'am.
ಹಾ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತದ, ಹೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ?
Yes, ma'am.
ಹಾ, ಈಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಇವತ್ತ ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ಗಳು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ. ಪದ್ಯ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದ, ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ? ಪದ್ಯ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ನಾನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪದ್ಯ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ? ಪದ್ಯ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿತ್ತು. ನಾನು ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನೀವು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಹಾ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನಾನು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಪದಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಅದು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷದ, ಮಧ್ಯಮ ಪುರುಷದ, ಉತ್ತಮ ಪುರುಷದ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಇವನು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ, ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ, ಉತ್ತಮ ಪುರುಷ, ಮಧ್ಯಮ ಪುರುಷ. ನಾಮಪದದ ವಿಧಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಇವನು, ಇದು ಯಾವ ಪುರುಷ? ಹಾ, ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು. ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಪಾಠ ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಲಿಂಗ, ವಚನ, ವಿಭಕ್ತಿ, ಪುರುಷಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೇನೆ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದೀನಿ. ಹೇಳ್ರಿ, ಇವನು ಇದನ್ನು ಉತ್ತಮ ಪುರುಷನೋ, ಮಧ್ಯಮ ಪುರುಷನೋ, ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷನೋ?
ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ.
ಯಾವ ಪುರುಷ?
ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ.
ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ. ಇವನು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಆಗ್ತದ? ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ.
ಉತ್ತಮ ಪುರುಷ.
ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್, ಉತ್ತಮ ಪುರುಷ ಆಗ್ತದ. ಹಾ, ಮಧ್ಯಮ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನಾನು, ನಾವು, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ. ನಾನು ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಂತು ಹೋದಷ್ಟು ಕಲ್ಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ. ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನಾನು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಮಧ್ಯಮ ಪುರುಷ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮಿಂದ ದೂರ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಏನಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ? ಉತ್ತಮ ಪುರುಷ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇವನು ಉತ್ತಮ ಪುರುಷ, ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀನು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ, ನೀನು ಯಾವ ಪುರುಷ?
ಮಧ್ಯಮ ಪುರುಷ.
ಹಾ, ನೀನು ಮಧ್ಯಮ ಪುರುಷ. ನೀನು ಮಧ್ಯಮ ಪುರುಷ. ಅವರು
ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ.
ಅವರು ಯಾವ ಪುರುಷ?
ಉತ್ತಮ ಪುರುಷ.
ಹಾ, ಉತ್ತಮ ಪುರುಷ. ಅವರು ಉತ್ತಮ ಪುರುಷ
ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಆಗುತ್ರಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಹಂಗಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನಮ್ಮಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದೇನು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ. ಅವರು
ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ್ರಿ.
ಅವರು ಕೊಟ್ರ?
ಹ್ಞೂ ರೀ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡು, ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ತೆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಾಮಪದದ 9 ವಿಧಗಳು ನಿಮ್ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ.
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ್ರಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅದ್ರೊಳಗ.
ಅವರು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಅದ?
ಹಾ ರೀ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ಪುರುಷ?
ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ.
ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ. ಅವರು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗ ಆಗ್ತದ?
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ನಾನು ಉತ್ತಮ ಪುರುಷ ಆಗುತ್ರಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಮತ್ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಒಪ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಡೆಫಿನೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಈಗ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ನನ್ನಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಏನಾಗ್ತದ? ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಆಗ್ತದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈಗ ಅವರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಆಗ್ತದ? ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಬೇರೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿನ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡೆ, ನಿಮ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವ್ದಾಗ್ತದೆ ಈಗ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ, ಎಲ್ರು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾರ. ಅವರು, ಅವಳು, ಅವನು, ಹೀಗೆ ನಮ್ಮಿಂದ ದೂರ.
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಡೆಫಿನೇಷನ್ ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ನಾನು ನಿಂತೇನೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು, ನಾವು, ನಮ್ಮ, ನನ್ನದು, ನಮ್ಮಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಏನಿರ್ತದ? ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಆಯ್ತಾ? ನಮ್ಮಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು.
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಚಾಲು ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀವ್ರಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ನಮ್ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ಒಳಗ ಅದೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ್ರಿ. ಅವನು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅವರು.
ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ನಾಗ ಹಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್
ಬುಕ್
ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ಒಳಗ್ ಡೆಫಿನೇಷನ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ಇರ್ಲಿ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದೇನು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರದ್ದೇನು ಮಧ್ಯಮ ಪುರುಷ, ನಮ್ಮಿಂದ ದೂರ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ ನಾವು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಉತ್ತಮ ಪುರುಷ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆಯ್ತು, ಒಪ್ಕೋತೀರಾ? ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮಿಂದ ದೂರ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ ನಾವು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅದು ಉತ್ತಮ ಪುರುಷ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಹಾ, ಈಗ ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನ ನಾನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳೀನಿ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು. ಈಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ. ರೂಢನಾಮ, ಅನ್ವರ್ತಕ ನಾಮ, ಅಂಕಿತ ನಾಮಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಕ್ಕ. ಕಾಲ, ರೂಢನಾಮ, ಅಂಕಿತ ನಾಮ, ಅನ್ವರ್ತಕ ನಾಮಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. ಕಾಲ,
ರೂಢನಾಮ.
ಹಾ ಸರಿ. ಕಾಳಿ, ಕಾಳಿ, ಕಾಳಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ.
ರೂಢನಾಮ.
ಕಾಳಿ, ಕಾಳಿ ರೂಢನಾಮ ಹೆಂಗಾಗ್ತು ಅಂತೀರಿ?
ಅಂಕಿತ ನಾಮ.
ಅಂಕಿತ ನಾಮ ಕಾಳಿ. ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ,
ರೂಢನಾಮ.
ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ರೂಢನಾಮ. ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿ,
ಅನ್ವರ್ತಕ ನಾಮ.
ಅನ್ವರ್ತಕ ನಾಮ. ಸರಿ. ರಾಜ,
ರೂಢನಾಮ.
ಅಂಕಿತನ.
ಅನ್ವರ್ತಕ
ರಾಜ,
ಅನ್ವರ್ತಕ ನಾಮ.
ಅನ್ವರ್ತಕ ನಾಮ.
ರಾಜ್ಯಭಾರ ನಡೆಸುವುದರಿಂದ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಡಗೂರು, ಊರ ಹೆಸರು ಅಂಕಿತ ನಾಮ. ರೂಢನಾಮ ಅಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ಇಂಡಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಾನು ಹೆಸರಿಟ್ಟಿ ಊರಿಗೆ, ಊರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೂಢನಾಮ, ಇಂಡಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅಂಕಿತ ನಾಮ. ಸರಿನಾ? ಇದು ನಾಮದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಯ್ತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಸ್ವರಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟು?
13.
13. ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳು
34.
34. ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ವಿಧ?
2.
ಅವು ಯಾವುವು?
ವರ್ಗೀಯ.
ಸ್ವರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ವಿಧ?
3.
ಹ್ರಸ್ವ
ಸ್ವರ, ದೀರ್ಘ ಸ್ವರ.
ನೆಗ್ಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾಠದಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಲೆಸನ್ ದಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ದಲ್ಲಿ 49 ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಐತಿ. ಅಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಾಣಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಎಷ್ಟು?
10.
ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ
10.
ಅನುನಾಸಿಕ ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ 5. ವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳು
25.
ವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳು ತಪ್ಪು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ.
25.
ಅವರ್ಗೀಯ
9.
ಎಷ್ಟಾಯ್ತು?
34.
ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ, ಈ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾನ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾಠದಿಂದ ಚಾರ್ಟ್ ಐತೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, 49 ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳ ಚಾರ್ಟ್, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಏನ್ ಕೇಳಲಾಗ್ತದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬರುವ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇರ್ತದ. ಇದೇನ್ ಸ್ವರ ವ್ಯಂಜನ ಐತಿ ಬಿಡು ಅಂತ ನಿರ್ಲಕ್ಷ್ಯ ಮಾಡುವಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಾಣಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಇಷ್ಟಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ 10, 13, 34 ಅಂತ ಹೀಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನ. ಅಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಾಣಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ. ವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ 25, 9, 34, 13 ಇದೇ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಒಳಗಿಂದ ಒಂದ್ ಸೇರ್ಸಿರ್ತಾನ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲಿ, 4 ಆಪ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ತಿಳಿತಾ? ವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳು 25, ಅವರ್ಗೀಯ 9, ಒಟ್ಟು ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ 34 ಅಂತ. ಇನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಾಣಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ 10, ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣ 10, ಅನುನಾಸಿಕ ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ 5 ಅಂತ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನಾನು ಶಬ್ದ ಓದ್ತೀನಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಜಾತಿ ವಿಜಾತಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವ ಪದಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಜಾತಿ ವಿಜಾತಿ, ಇವತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಜಾತಿ, ಲಿಂಗ, ವಚನ, ವಿಭಕ್ತಿ, ಪುರುಷಗಳು, ನಾಮಪದಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ತಿಳಿತಾ? ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಪೇಜ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಹಿಂಗ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ತಂದೀನಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೇನೆ. ಈಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವ ಪದಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಜಾತಿ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಜಾತಿಯ ಸಂಯುಕ್ತಾಕ್ಷರಗಳನ್ನ ಆರಿಸಿ ಬರೀಬೇಕಂತಿದೆ. ದಿನಪತ್ರಿಕೆ ಸಜಾತಿ ವಿಜಾತಿ? ವಿಜಾತಿ. ಅಗತ್ಯ
ವಿಜಾತಿ.
ಅಮ್ಮ
ಸಜಾತಿ.
ವಸ್ತು
ವಿಜಾತಿ.
ಪುಕ್ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಸಜಾತಿ. ಹಣ್ಣಿನ ರಸ
ಸಜಾತಿ.
ನಿಲ್ದಾಣ
ವಿಜಾತಿ.
ಮಣ್ಣು
ಸಜಾತಿ.
ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯ
ವಿಜಾತಿ.
ಶುದ್ಧ
ಸಜಾತಿ.
ಅಗ್ಗ
ಸಜಾತಿ
ಸಜಾತಿ
ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ,
ವಿಜಾತಿ
ವಿಜಾತಿ
ಪ್ರವಾಸ,
ವಿಜಾತಿ
ವಿಜಾತಿ
ಶಕ್ತಿ,
ವಿಜಾತಿ
ವಿಜಾತಿ
ಹುನ್ನಾರ.
ಸಜಾತಿ.
ಸರಿ, ಈಗ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ವಾಕ್ಯ ಓದ್ತೀನಿ, ಇದರ ಕರ್ತೃ ಕರ್ಮ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಅಮ್ಮ ಅಣ್ಣನನ್ನು ಕರೆಯುವಳು. ಅಮ್ಮ ಅಣ್ಣನನ್ನು ಕರೆಯುವಳು. ಕರ್ತೃ ಕರ್ಮ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಈ ವಾಕ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ.
ಕರ್ತೃ ಅಮ್ಮ
ಕರ್ಮ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ.
ಅಣ್ಣನನ್ನು ಕರ್ಮ.
ಅಣ್ಣನನ್ನು
ಕರೆಯುವಳು ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದ. ಇದು ಯಾವ ಕಾಲದ ವಾಕ್ಯದ? ಅಮ್ಮ ಅಣ್ಣನನ್ನು ಕರೆಯುವಳು. ಕರೆಯುವಳು ಅದು ದ ಮತ್ತು ಉತ್ತ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಭವಿಷ್ಯತ್ ಕಾಲದ ವಾಕ್ಯ, ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ವರ್ತಮಾನ ಕಾಲದ ಕಾಲಸೂಚಕ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯ ಯಾವುದು? ಉತ್ತ. ಭೂತಕಾಲದ ಕಾಲಸೂಚಕ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯ ಯಾವುದು? ಭವಿಷ್ಯತ್ ಕಾಲದ ಕಾಲಸೂಚಕ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯ ಯಾವುದು? ಉವ ಅಂತೇನು ಬರ್ತದ, ವ ಬರ್ತದ. ಸರಿ, ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಾಕ್ಯ. ಸಿದ್ಧಾರ್ಥನು ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನು ತೋಡಿದನು ಅಥವಾ ಸಿದ್ಧಾರ್ಥನು ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿದನು.
ಕರ್ತೃ ಸಿದ್ಧಾರ್ಥ
ಕರ್ಮ ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನು
ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿದನು.
ಕ್ರಿಯಾ ನಿರ್ಮಿತ.
ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಪಾಠವನ್ನು ಕೇಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕರ್ತೃ ಪಾಠವನ್ನು ಕರ್ಮ ಕೇಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ
ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದ. ಸರಿ, ಈಗ ನಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪದಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಸ್ತ್ರೀಲಿಂಗ ಪುಲ್ಲಿಂಗ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಈಜಿ ಇರ್ತದ, ಆದ್ರೂ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ವಚನ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಬೇಗ ಬೇಗ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಲಿಂಗ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಪುಲ್ಲಿಂಗ ಸ್ತ್ರೀಲಿಂಗ ನಪುಂಸಕಲಿಂಗ. ರಾಹುಲ ರಾಹುಲ ಯಾವ ಲಿಂಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ? ಸ್ತ್ರೀಲಿಂಗ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ನಾನು. ಯಶೋಧರೆ
ಸ್ತ್ರೀಲಿಂಗ.
ಸಖಿ
ಸ್ತ್ರೀಲಿಂಗ.
ಅಮ್ಮಾಜಿ
ಸ್ತ್ರೀಲಿಂಗ.
ರಾಜ
ಪುಲ್ಲಿಂಗ.
ವಿಧಿ
ನಪುಂಸಕಲಿಂಗ.
ಅಂಬಿಕೆ
ನಪುಂಸಕಲಿಂಗ.
ಲೋಕ
ನಪುಂಸಕಲಿಂಗ.
ಅರಮನೆ ತಂದೆ
ಪುಲ್ಲಿಂಗ.
ಸನ್ಯಾಸ
ನಪುಂಸಕಲಿಂಗ.
ಸತಿ
ಸ್ತ್ರೀಲಿಂಗ.
ಹುಲಿ
ಪುಲ್ಲಿಂಗ.
ನಪುಂಸಕಲಿಂಗ.
ಹುಡುಗರು ಯಾರೋ ಹುಲಿ ಪುಲ್ಲಿಂಗ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಕಳು
ನಪುಂಸಕಲಿಂಗ.
ಎತ್ತು
ನಪುಂಸಕಲಿಂಗ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಾರಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಹಿಂದಿ ತರ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಡ್ರಿ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ನಪುಂಸಕಲಿಂಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರಿಸ್ರಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಚಿಂತೆನೆ ಬೇಡ. ಅದು ಎತ್ತಾದ್ರೂ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಆಕಳಾದ್ರೂ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ತ್ರೀಲಿಂಗ ಪುಲ್ಲಿಂಗ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡೋದೇ ಬೇಡ ನೀವು. ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ನಪುಂಸಕಲಿಂಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರುತ್ತವೆ. ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿ, ಇದೊಂದು ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರ ಮತ್ತ ಎತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಪುಲ್ಲಿಂಗ, ಆಕಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ತ್ರೀಲಿಂಗ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿರಿ. ಆ ಹಿಂದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಏನೋ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಲಿಂಗಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಅದ. ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ನಪುಂಸಕಲಿಂಗ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಅಂತ ಆಗ್ತದ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಪುಂಸಕಲಿಂಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತದ. ಈಗ ವಚನ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ರಿ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನಾನು ಅಮ್ಮ
ಅಮ್ಮಂದಿರು.
ಹಿರಿಯರು.
ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಪದ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು, ಕಿರಿಯ ವಚನ ಅದ.
ಹಿರಿಯರು.
ಕಿರಿಯರು ಯಾರೋ ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಂದ್ರು.
ರಾಜರು.
ನನ್ನ
ನಮ್ಮ
ಲೋಕ
ಏನ್ರಿ?
ಲೋಕಗಳು.
ಬಾಲಕರು
ಮಗು
ಮಕ್ಕಳು.
ತಾಯಂದಿರು.
ದೇವರು ಹಾ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಈಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು ನೋಡಿ, ದೇವ ದೇವರು, ಒಬ್ಬನೇ ದೇವರಿದ್ರೆ ದೇವ ಅನ್ಬೇಕು, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಜನ ದೇವರಿದ್ರೆ ದೇವರು, ದೇವ ದೇವರು. ಸ್ವರ
ಸ್ವರಗಳು.
ತಾತ ತಾತ
ತಾತಂದಿರು.
ತಾತಂದಿರು. ನೀನು
ನೀವು. ಮೀನುಗಳು.
ನೀವು ನೀವುಗಳಲ್ಲ ನೀವುಗಳಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ನೀನು ನೀನು ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನೀನು ನೀವು ಅಂತ. ಹಾ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಇನ್ನ ಏಕವಚನ ನಾಮ ಅಂದ್ರ ಏಕವಚನ ಪದಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಏನ್ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು ಹಚ್ಚಿದ್ರೆ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದಕ್ಕೂ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಖ್ಯಾತ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು, ವಿಭಕ್ತಿ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು, ಸ್ತ್ರೀ ಸೂಚಕ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು, ಬಹುವಚನ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು, ವಿಭಕ್ತಿ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು. ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಪದಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಬಹುವಚನ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು ಹಚ್ಚಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ಏಕವಚನ ಪದಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಹುವಚನ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು ಸೇರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿರ್ತದ ಬಹುವಚನ ಶಬ್ದ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು ಯಾವಂದ್ರೆ ಅರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಅರು. ಅಮ್ಮ ಇತ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಹಚ್ತೀರಿ? ಅಮ್ಮಂದಿರು, ಅಂದಿರು ಹಚ್ಚಿರಿ.
ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೇಸಲಾಗ್ಯದ್ರಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಏನು ಕೇಸಲಾಗ್ಯದ್ರಿ. ಈಗನೂ ಕೇಸಲಾಗ್ಯದ್ರಿ.
ಈಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಕೇಳ್ತದ?
ಎಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಹಾ ಈಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ಏಕವಚನ ಐತಿ ಬಿಡು, ಬಹುವಚನ ಇದೇನ್ ಕಲಿಯೋದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸಂಧಿ ಸಮಾಸ ಟಫ್ ಇರ್ತದ, ಲಿಂಗ ವಚನ ಏನ್ ಬಿಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದ್ರ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, 4 ಆಪ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾವ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ. ಹಾ ಕೆಳಗಿನವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಬಹುವಚನ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೂ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ರು, ಇಂಥದ್ದು ಹೂ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ರು, ಇಂಥದ್ದು ಹೂ ಕೊಟ್ರು, ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಬಹುವಚನ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು ಇವೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ. ಇವು ಏಕವಚನ ಬಹುವಚನ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯ, ಸ್ತ್ರೀಲಿಂಗ ಸೂಚಕ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು, ವಿಭಕ್ತಿ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು, ಅಖ್ಯಾತ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು, ಹೀಗೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಹೂ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹುವಚನ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯನೇ. ಅರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇದು ಬಹುವಚನ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯನೇ. ಗಳು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇದು ಬಹುವಚನ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯನೇ. ಇನ್ನು ಅಂದಿರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅಂದಿರು. ಹೀಗೆ ಅಂದಿರುವಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬಹುವಚನ ಸೂಚಕ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯ. ಇವು ಏಕವಚನ ಶಬ್ದಗಳಿಗೆ ಇವು ಕೆಲವೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಹೂ ಹಚ್ತೀವಿ, ಕೆಲವೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಅರು ಹಚ್ತೀವಿ, ಕೆಲವೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಗಳು ಹಚ್ತೀವಿ, ಕೆಲವೊಂದ್ ಅಂದಿರು ಹಚ್ತೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಹಚ್ಚಿದಾಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾವ ಬಹುವಚನಗಳು ಆಗ್ತಿರ್ತಾವ. ಈ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಿಮ್ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಏನಿರಿ. ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕಾಲ ಸೂಚಕ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಕೆಳಗಿನವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ವರ್ತಮಾನ ಕಾಲ ಸೂಚಕ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಉತ್ತ, ದ, ಹೂವ ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಗಳು ಅಂತ ಏನೋ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾನ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲ ಸೂಚಕ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿನೂ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಲಿ. ಇವು ಬಹುವಚನ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು ಹೂ, ಅರು, ಗಳು, ಅಂದಿರುವಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇವು ಬಹುವಚನಗಳ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯಗಳು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಬೇರೆ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ. ಹಾ ಈಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವ ಪದಗಳಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಸ್ವರಾಕ್ಷರಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ನಾ ಶಬ್ದ ಓದ್ತೀನಿ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವರಾಕ್ಷರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ. ಇದೆ 1 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಗಿಸೋಣ. ಅಪ್ಸುಲ ಸ್ವರಾಕ್ಷರ ಯಾವುದು? ಅವನು 20, ಆದರೂ, ಅವನನ್ನು, ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ, ಇರಲಿ, ಏಕೆಂದರೆ, ಓಡಿ ಹೋದ, ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಡ್ರಿ. ಈಗ ಏನು, ಹಾ ಸರಿ, ಇದನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಈಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವ ಪದಗಳಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಅವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. ಬರೆಯರಿ ಅಂತ ಅದು ಬರೆಯೋದು ಬೇಡ, ನಿಮ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಹೇಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನಿಮಗ್ ವರ್ಗೀಯ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ಲಿ. ವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟು? 25. ಅವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳು 9. 2 ಸೇರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗ್ತವೆ ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ? 34 ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಹೌದಲ್ಲ? ಇಲ್ಲೇನ್ ಕೇಳ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವ ಪದಗಳಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಅವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅವರ್ಗೀಯ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ ವರ್ಗೀಯ ಯಾವ ಅವರ್ಗೀಯ ಯಾವ 9 ಅದಾವಲ್ಲ ಏರ ಲವ ಶೇಷ ಹಳ ಈ 9 ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕೀಗ. ವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವ ಪದಗಳಲ್ಲಿರುವ ವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳು ಅಂತದ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಅದನ್ನ ಅವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. ಅವನ
ವ
ವ, ಇಂತಹ ಅದರ
ರ
ರ ಅದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಒಳಗೆ
ಳ
ಳ ಳ ಅದು. ಕುಶಲ
ಲ
ಕುಶಲ
ಲ
ಲ ಒಂದೇ ಅದ, ಲ ಒಂದೇ ಅದ.
ಶ ಶ
ಶನು ಅದ, ಶ ಮತ್ತು ಲ ಎರಡು ಅದಾವ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹಬ್ಬ ಬಹಳ
ಹಳ
ಹ ಅನ್ನೋದ ಳ ಅನ್ನೋದ ಬಹಳ ಹ ಹೌದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ತಲ ತಲ ಲ ಅದ. ಸಮಯ ಸಮಯ ಎರಲ್ಲ ಕಾಲ
ಲ
ಹಾ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನೀವು ಕೇಳಬಹುದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವ ಪದ ಇದು ಅವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನವನ್ನು ಅವರ್ಗೀಯ ಅಕ್ಷರವನ್ನುಳ್ಳ ಪದ ಇದಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಬಹುದು. ಆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಮೂಡ ಅವರು ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ದಾಗ ಯಾವ ಟೈಪ್ನು ಟ್ವಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವೇ ಅವರ್ಗೀಯ ವ್ಯಂಜನ ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ ಕಲ್ಪನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಸರಳ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಸರಿ, ಸ್ವರಾಕ್ಷರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಯ್ತು. ಇನ್ನು ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ. ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣಗಳು ನಾ ಶಬ್ದ ಓದ್ತೀನಿ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇ ಶಬ್ದ ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವ ಪದಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣಾಕ್ಷರಗಳನ್ನು ಬರೆಯಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬರೆಯೋದು ಬೇಡ, ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಧನವಂತ ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣ. ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತ, ಅಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಾಣಗಳು 10 ಅದಾವ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿರಿ ನೀವೇ. 10 ಅಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಾಣಗಳದ, 10 ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣಗಳದಾವ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿರಿ. ಇನ್ನು 5 ಅನುನಾಸಿಕ ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣಾಕ್ಷರಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. ಧನವಂತ ಈಗ ಯಾರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಯಾವುದು? ಧ. ರಥ ಥ ಅಂತ ಅಕ್ಷರ ಒಂದೇ ಅಕ್ಷರ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಅದು. ಘನತೆ ಘನತೆ ಯಾವುದು? ಹಾ. ಧರ್ಮ ಧ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಖ ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣ ಏನು? ಕ ಅಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಖ ಏನು ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರಿ. ಮತ್ತ ಕ ಅಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಾಣ, ಖ ಏನು ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣ ಬರ್ತದ ನಿಮಗ. ಮುಖ್ಯ ಇದ್ರೊಳಗ ಖ ಅದ. ಇನ್ನ ಭಕ್ಷ್ಯ ಭಕ್ಷ್ಯ ಭ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹಠ ಹಸನ್ಮುಖ ಖ. ಫಲ ಇಂಥದ್ದು ಕೇಳಬಹುದು. ಅಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಾಣಾಕ್ಷರ ಗುರುತಿಸ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣಾಕ್ಷರ ಗುರುತಿಸ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇವೇ ಅಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಾಣಾಕ್ಷರಗಳು, ಇವೇ ಮಹಾಪ್ರಾಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇರಬೇಕು ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ವಿಭಕ್ತಿ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓದ್ತೀನಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ವಿಭಕ್ತಿ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ದಿವಾನರನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿರುವ ವಿಭಕ್ತಿ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯ ಹೇಳಿ. ದ್ವಿತೀಯ ದಿನದ
ಷಷ್ಠಿಯ
ಡಿವಿಜಿಗೆ
ಚತುರ್ಥಿಗೆ
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಲದಿಂದ
ತೃತೀಯಿಂದ
ಯಾವುದು? ದ್ವಿತೀಯ ಇಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಗತ್ತಾರ ಯಾರೋ ಹುಡುಗರು. ದ್ವಿತೀಯ ವಿಭಕ್ತಿ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯದಾಗ ಏನ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ? ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ, ಎಲ್ರು ಸೇರಿ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಹೂ ಅಂದ್ರಿ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಬಾಯಿಂದ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ತಪ್ಪ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ರು ಸೇರಿ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಸರಿ. ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಅನ್ಸದಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನ ಈಗ ಒಬ್ರು ಯಾರೋ ದ್ವಿತೀಯ ಎಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರಥಮವು ದ್ವಿತೀಯ ಅನ್ನು, ತೃತೀಯ ಇಂದ ಚತುರ್ಥಿಗೆ, ಪಂಚಮಿ ದೆಸೆಯಿಂದ ಷಷ್ಠಿಯ, ಸಪ್ತಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಬೋಧನಾ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ. ಸಣ್ಣ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿದ್ದಾಗಿದ್ರು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಒಂದು ಬಾರಿ. ಈಗ ವಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ
ಸಪ್ತಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ.
ಸಪ್ತಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ.
ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮನ
ಷಷ್ಠಿಯ.
ಹಾ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಷಷ್ಠಿಯ, ಸರಿ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು
ದ್ವಿತೀಯಾನು.
ದ್ವಿತೀಯಾನು. ಓದಿಗೆ
ಚತುರ್ಥಿಗೆ.
ಹಾ, ಓದಿಗೆ ಚತುರ್ಥಿಗೆ. ಸಹಾಯಕ್ಕೆ
ಚತುರ್ಥಿಗೆ.
ಚತುರ್ಥಿಗೆ ಈಗೇಕೆ ಬರ್ತದ ಸಹಾಯಕ್ಕೆ. ಬಂಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ
ಸಪ್ತಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ.
ಸಪ್ತಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಾ, ದಯೆಯಿಂದ
ತೃತೀಯಿಂದ.
ರಸೂಲ್ ಖಾನನ
ಷಷ್ಠಿಯ.
ಮರದ ದೆಸೆಯಿಂದ
ಪಂಚಮಿ ದೆಸೆಯಿಂದ.
ಪಂಚಮಿ.
ದಯಾಳ ದೆಸೆಯಿಂದ
ಪಂಚಮಿ ದೆಸೆಯಿಂದ.
ಸರಿ. ಹಾ, ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಅಲಂಕಾರ, ಒಂದು ವಾಕ್ಯ ಓದ್ತೀನಿ, ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಓದ್ತೀನಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿಗೆ ತುತ್ತಾದ ಮರಗಿಡಗಳು ಬೀಳುವಂತೆ. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿಗೆ ತುತ್ತಾದ ಮರಗಿಡಗಳು ಬೀಳುವಂತೆ ಭರತ ಕುಲದ 150 ಬಾಲಕರು ಬಿದ್ದರು. ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ?
ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರ.
ಹಾ, ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರ ಅಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು? ನೋಡಿ, ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿಗೆ ತುತ್ತಾದ ಮರಗಿಡಗಳು ಬೀಳುವಂತೆ. ಅಂತೆ ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ? ಅಂತೆ ಬಂದ್ರ ಎಷ್ಟು ಈಜಿ ಅದ.
ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ.
ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ. ಯಾರೋ ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರ ಅಂದ್ರು, ಅದು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋರಿ ನಿಮ್ ಮನಸ್ಸು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರದ ಅಂತೆ ಇರ್ತದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಕ್ಕ ಗುರುತಿಸೋದು. ಅಂತೆ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ. ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತೆ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಈಜಿಯಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಗುರುತಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಈಜಿ. 4 ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಪೇಪರ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂತೆ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ. ಅಂತೆ ಇರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಹೋಗೋದಲ್ಲ ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರಕ್ಕ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇರೋದೇ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ 2 ಅಲಂಕಾರ ಅದಾವು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ? ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಾರಿ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಾರಿ ಓದ್ತೀನಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿಗೆ ತುತ್ತಾದ ಮರಗಿಡಗಳು, ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿಗೆ ತುತ್ತಾದ ಮರಗಿಡಗಳು ಬೀಳುವಂತೆ ಭರತ ಕುಲದ 150 ಬಾಲಕರು ಬಿದ್ದರು. ಭರತ ಕುಲದ 150 ಬಾಲಕರು ಬಿದ್ದರು. ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಾರಿ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಹಾ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಚಕ ಪದ ಯಾವುದು?
ಅಂತೆ.
ಅಂತೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ ಯಾವುದು? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮರಗಿಡಗಳು ಬಿದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಲಕರು ಬಿದ್ರು. ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ ಯಾವುದು? ಬೀಳುವುದು. ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ ಬೀಳುವುದು. ಅದು ಬೀಳುವುದು ಉಪಮೇಯದಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಉಪಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಸಮಾನ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಸಮಾನ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಕ್ವಲ್. ಉಪಮೇಯದಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಅಂಶ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಉಪಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಅಂಶ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಬೀಳುವುದು ಅದು ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿ ಬೀಸಿದಾಗ ಅಥವಾ ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿಗೆ ತುತ್ತಾದ ಮರಗಿಡಗಳು ಬೀಳುವಂತೆ. ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿಗೆ ಮರಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ಬಿದ್ದು ಆ ಭರತ ಕುಲದ 150 ಬಾಲಕರು ಏನಾಗ್ತಾರೆ? ಬೀಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಬೀಳುವುದು ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ. ಹೌದಲ್ಲ? ಇನ್ನೇನು ಉಪಮೇಯ ಯಾವುದು? ಯಾರು ಬೀಳುವುದನ್ನು ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಕವಿಗೆ. ಯಾರು ಬೀಳುವುದು? ಹ, ಭರತ ಕುಲದ 150 ಬಾಲಕರು. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಭರತ ಕುಲದ 150 ಬಾಲಕರು ಏನಾಗಿರ್ತಾವ? ಉಪಮೇಯ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾವ. ಅವ್ರು ಬಿದ್ದದ್ದು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಬಿದ್ದದನ್ನು ವರ್ಣಿಸುವ ಉಪಮೇಯ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧನವಾಗಿ ಉಪಮಾನವನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ಯಾರನ್ನು? ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿಗೆ ತುತ್ತಾದ ಗಿಡ ಮರಗಳಿಗೆ. ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿಗೆ ತುತ್ತಾದ ಗಿಡ ಮರಗಳು ಉಪಮಾನ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತದ ನಿಮ್ಗ? ಗಿಡ ಮರಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿಗೆ ತುತ್ತಾದ ಗಿಡ ಮರಗಳು ಉಪಮಾನ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಉಪಮಾನವನ್ನು, ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾನದಂಡವಾಗಿ, ಇದನ್ನು ಸಾಧನವಾಗಿ ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿ ಬೀಸಿದ ಗಿಡ ಮರಗಳು ಬೀಳ್ತಾವಲ್ಲ, ಅದ್ರ ಹೋಲಿಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಭರತ ಕುಲದ ಬಾಲಕರು ಬಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಟ್ಟು ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಿರ್ತದ? 2ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತದ. ಉಪಮೇಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಉಪಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಇರ್ತದ. ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಮನೋರಮೆಯ ಹಣೆ ಬಾಲಚಂದ್ರನಂತೆ ಆಕರ್ಷಣೀಯವಾಗಿತ್ತು.
ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ.
ಹಾ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರನೂ ನಾವು ಗುರುತಿಸ್ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾದದ್ದು ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಅಥವಾ ನಾವು ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದದ್ದು ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿರ್ತಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಧ ಏನು 1 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಬರೀ ಅಲಂಕಾರ ಹೆಸರು ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದಿರ್ತದೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಮನೋರಮೆಯ ಹಣೆ ಬಾಲಚಂದ್ರನಂತೆ ಆಕರ್ಷಣೀಯವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ್ಯ ಏನು?
ಅಲಂಕಾರ.
ಇದು ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಗುರುತಿಸ್ರಿ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ ಯಾವುದದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಓದ್ತಿ ನೋಡಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಮನೋರಮೆಯ ಹಣೆ ಬಾಲಚಂದ್ರನಂತೆ ಆಕರ್ಷಣೀಯವಾಗಿತ್ತು.
ಆಕರ್ಷಣೆ.
ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಆಕರ್ಷಣೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಆಕರ್ಷಣೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ. ಅಂದ್ರ ಮನೋರಮೆಯ ಹಣೆನೂ ಆಕರ್ಷಣೆ ಇದೆ, ಆ ಬಾಲಚಂದ್ರ ಅವನು ಆಕರ್ಷಣೆನೇ ಅದಾನ ಅಂತ. ಅದು ಎರಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದೇನು ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ ಅಂತ. ಎರಡು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಅಲಂಕಾರ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ, ವಾಚಕ ಪದ ಅಂತ್ಯ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ, ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಈಗ ಉಪಮೇಯ ಯಾವುದು? ಮನೋರಮೆಯ ಹಣೆ. ಮನೋರಮೆ. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಣಿಸಬೇಕಾದದ್ದು ಕವಿಗೆ ಮನೋರಮೆಗೆ. ಮುದ್ದಣ್ಣನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಮನೋರಮೆಯ ಹಣೆಯನ್ನು ವರ್ಣಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಮುದ್ದಣ್ಣ ಕವಿ ಸಾಹಿತಿ ಮುದ್ದಣ್ಣನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಮನೋರಮೆ ಹಣೆಯನ್ನು ವರ್ಣಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಕವಿಗೆ. ಮನೋರಮೆ ಹಣೆ. ಉಪಮೇಯ ಯಾವುದು? ಮನೋರಮೆ ಹಣೆ ಉಪಮೇಯ. ಅದನ್ನು ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸಾಧನ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಲಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಆದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು? ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಓದ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಬಾಲಚಂದ್ರ ಅಂತ. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಓದೋದೇ ಬೇಡ. ಬಾಲಚಂದ್ರ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಉಪಮಾನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಇದು ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ ಆಯ್ತು? ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ. ಹಾ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಹೇಳಿ. ಭಾಗ್ಯಶ್ರೀಯ ಜಡೆ ಹಾವಿನಂತೆ ಅಂಕುಡೊಂಕಾಗಿದೆ.
ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ.
ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ.
ಭಾಗ್ಯಶ್ರೀಯ ಜಡೆ ಹಾವಿನಂತೆ ಅಂಕುಡೊಂಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಸರಿನಾ? ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಚಕ ಪದ ಯಾವುದು?
ಅಂತೆ.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗ್ಯಶ್ರೀಯ ಜಡೆ ಹಾವಿನಂತೆ ಅಂಕುಡೊಂಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ ಯಾವುದು? ಅಂಕುಡೊಂಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಭಾಗ್ಯಶ್ರೀ ಹೆರಳು ಅಂಕುಡೊಂಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಹಾವು ಅಂಕುಡೊಂಕಾಗ್ಯದ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಭಾಗ್ಯಶ್ರೀಯ ಜಡೆನು ಹಾವು ಅವು ಎರಡು ಅಂಕುಡೊಂಕಾಗಿದ್ದು. ಉಪಮೇಯದಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಉಪಮಾ, ಅದು ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ. ಸರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಮೇಯ ಯಾವುದು?
ಭಾಗ್ಯಶ್ರೀಯ ಜಡೆ.
ಭಾಗ್ಯಶ್ರೀಯ ಜಡೆಯನ್ನು ವರ್ಣಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ. ಅದು ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಸಾಧನವನ್ನ, ಒಂದು ಹೋಲಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿವಿ. ಅದು ಯಾವುದು? ಹಾವು. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಇದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಿ. ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇದೆ, ಸರಿನಾ? ಇನ್ನ ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿ. ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಯೊಂದು ರತ್ನ. ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ? ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರ. ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಯೊಂದು ರತ್ನ. ಇದು ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ? ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಚಕ ಪದ ಏನಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ? ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ಇರ್ತದೋ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. ಇರ್ತದ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಇರೋದ್ರಿ? ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೌದಲ್ಲ? ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಮೇಯ ಉಪಮಾನ ಎರಡು ಅಭೇದ ಇರ್ತಾವ, ಭೇದದಿಂದ ಕೂಡಿರ್ತಾವ.
ಅಭೇದ.
ಒಂದೇ ಎಂದು ವರ್ಣಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ.
ಒಂದೇ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಭೇದ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅಭೇದ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ? ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಭೇದ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಭೇದ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ. ನೀವು ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಲ, ಅಬಲ. ಬಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ, ಅಬಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ದವರು. ಅಬಲೆ ಸ್ತ್ರೀಯರಿಗೆ ಅಂತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಇಲ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಐತಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾರಿಗಾರು ಹೊಡೆದು ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಡ್ರಿ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಮೇಯ ಮತ್ತು ಉಪಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿರ್ತದೆ? ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಾರಿ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. ಯಾವ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ? ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ, ಭೇದದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ. ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಮೇಯ ಮತ್ತು ಉಪಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಭೇದ ಇರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿ ಈಗಾದ್ರು? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಮೇಯ ಮತ್ತು ಉಪಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಭೇದ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದೇ ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದೇ, ಭೇದ ಇರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದೇ ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎರಡೂ ಒಂದೇ ಎನ್ನುವಂತೆ. ಉಪಮೇಯ ಮತ್ತು ಉಪಮಾನ ಎರಡೂ ಒಂದೇ ಎನ್ನುವಂತೆ ಏನಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ? ಹೇಳಲಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಈಗ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಯೊಂದು ರತ್ನ ಅಂತ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ರತ್ನ ಏನಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಶಾಲೆಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ರತ್ನ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಎರಡೂ ಒಂದೇ ಎನ್ನುವಂತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಯೊಂದು ರತ್ನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಉಪಮೇಯ ಮತ್ತು ಉಪಮಾನ ಎರಡೂ ಒಂದೇ ಎನ್ನುವಂತೆ ಹೇಳಲಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಎನ್ನ ಕಾಲೇ ಕಂಬ ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ? ಎನ್ನ ಕಾಲೇ ಕಂಬ ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರ. ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲೇ ಕಂಬ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಹೌದಲ್ಲ? ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ? ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರ. ಯಾಕೆ ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರ ಆಗ್ತದ?
ಅಭೇದ.
ಅಭೇದ ಅದ. ಎದ್ರಾಗ ಅಭೇದ ಅದ?
ಉಪಮೇಯ ಮತ್ತು ಉಪಮಾನ.
ಹಾ, ಇದು ಉಪಮೇಯ ಯಾವುದು? ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲೇ ಕಂಬದೊಳಗ ಉಪಮೇಯ ಯಾವುದು? ಕಾಲು ಉಪಮೇಯ, ಕಂಬ ಉಪಮಾನ.
ಉಪಮಾನ.
ಎರಡು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ತಿಳಿಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಕಾಲ್ ನೋಡೆ ಕಂಬ ನೋಡೆ. ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲೇ ಕಂಬವಯ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಬಸವಣ್ಣ ವಚನ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳೋದು ಗೊತ್ತದ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಕಂಬ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಅದೇ, ಕಾಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಅದೇ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಂಬ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಲ ಎರಡು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕೇಳಲಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಅದ. ಉಪಮೇಯ ಮತ್ತು ಉಪಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಅದ. ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲೇ ಕಂಬ. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಐತೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಕಾಲ. ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕಾಲ. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಬಸವಣ್ಣನವ್ರು ಏನಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರ? ಕಾಲಿಗೆ ಭಾವಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅದು ಒಂದೇ ಅದ. ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಅದ. ಕಂಬ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಲು ಬೇರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲೇ ಕಂಬ. ನಾ ಬಡವಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ದೇವಾಲಯ ಕಟ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಕಾಲೇ ಕಂಬ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಂಬ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಅದೇ, ಕಾಲಂದ್ರೂ ಅದೇ ಅಂತ ಒಂದೇ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ. ಭೇದ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಭೇದ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ. ಅದು ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರ. ನನ್ನ ಶಿರವೇ ಬಣ್ಣ ಕಲಶ ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ? ನನ್ನ ಶಿರವೇ ಬಣ್ಣ ಕಲಶ ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರ. ಯಾಕೆ ರೂಪಕಲಂಕಾರ?
ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ.
ಅಭೇದ. ಎದ್ರಾಗ ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಅದ?
ಉಪಮೇಯ ಮತ್ತು
ಉಪಮೇಯ ಉಪಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಅದ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಶಿರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತಲೆ. ಈ ತಲೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇದೇ ಕಳಸ. ಆ ದೇವಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಳಸ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಅದೇ, ತಲೆ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಅದೇ ಅಂತ. ತಲೆ ಬೇರೆ, ಕಳಸ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನ್ ಹೋಲಿಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ತಲೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದೆ, ಕಳಸ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದೆ. ಬಸವಣ್ಣನವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನಾ ಬಡವಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಗುಡಿ ಕಟ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ತಲೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇದೆ ಕಳಸ, ನಾನೇನು ಕಳಸ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಒಂದೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಕಳಸ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಒಂದೇ, ತಲೆ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಒಂದೇ. ಶಿರವೇ ವನ್ನ ಕಲಶವಯ್ಯ ಅಂತ. ಬಂಗಾರದ ಕಳಸ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ನನ್ನ ತಲೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಉಪಮೇಯ ಉಪಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭೇದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಅದ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅಲಂಕಾರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಬಂತು. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಹೋಗೋಣ ಈಗ. ಅಲಂಕಾರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೆನಪಂತ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೆ?
ಸಂಧಿ.
ಹಾ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೆನಪು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇನ್ನು ವಾಚಕ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ್ಯ ಒಂದೇ ಇರ್ತದಂತ ಕಲ್ಪನಾ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಬೇಡನೆ. ವಾಚಕ ಪದಗಳು 2-3 ಇರ್ತಾವ. ಅಂದದಿ ಅಂತೂ ವಾಚಕ ಪದನೇ. ಅಂದದಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಅಂತ್ಯ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ವಾಚಕ ಪದ. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅಂತ್ಯ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ವಾಚಕ ಪದ, ಅಂದದಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ವಾಚಕ ಪದನೇ. ಓಲ್, ಓಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಓಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಓಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಶಬ್ದದ ಅರ್ಥ ಹಾಗೆ. ಓಲ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ವಾಚಕ ಪದನೇ. ಇದು ಕೂಡ ಉಪಾಲಂಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕುಣಿಗಲ್ ಕೆರೆ ನಿಂಬೆ ಹಣ್ಣಿನಂತೆ ಬಾಗಿದೆ ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ? ಕುಣಿಗಲ್ ಕೆರೆ ನಿಂಬೆ. ಹಾ, ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ. ಅದು ಯಾಕೆ ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ?
ವಾಚಕ ಪದ ಐತ್ರಿ.
ಹಾ, ವಾಚಕ ಪದ ಅಂತೆ ಇದೆ, ಹೌದಾ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ. ಹಾ, ಕುಣಿಗಲ್ ಕೆರೆ ನಿಂಬೆ ಹಣ್ಣಿನಂತೆ ಬಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ ಯಾವುದು?
ಬಾಗಿದೆ.
ಬಾಗಿದೆ.
ಹಾ, ಕುಣಿಗಲ್ ಕೆರೆ ಬಾಳೆಹಣ್ಣಿನಂತೆ ಬಾಗಿದೆ. ಬಾಳೆಹಣ್ಣು ಬಾಗ್ಯದ, ಕುಣಿಗಲ್ ಕೆರೆನೂ ಬಾಗ್ಯದ. ಸರಿನಾ? ಇದು ಉಪಮೇಯ ಯಾವುದು?
ಕುಣಿಗಲ್ ಕೆರೆ.
ಕುಣಿಗಲ್ ಕೆರೆ. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ವರ್ಣಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಪದ ಕುಣಿಗಲ್ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಉಪಮೇಯ. ಕುಣಿಗಲ್ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ವರ್ಣಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಕವಿಗೆ. ಅದ ಉಪಮಾನ ಯಾವುದು? ಎದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧನವಾಗಿ? ಬಾಳೆಹಣ್ಣು. ಬಾಳೆಹಣ್ಣಿನಂತೆ ವರ್ಣನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರಿ, ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. ಕುಣಿಗಲ್ ಕೆರೆ ನಿಂಬೆ ಹಣ್ಣಿನಂತೆ ತುಂಬಿ ತುಳುಕುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಅದು ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ? ಕುಣಿಗಲ್ ಕೆರೆ. ಹಾ, ಹೇಳ್ರಿ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ತಾನೆ. ಕುಣಿಗಲ್ ಕೆರೆ ನಿಂಬೆ ಹಣ್ಣಿನಂತೆ ತುಂಬಿ ತುಳುಕುತ್ತಿದೆ ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ?
ಉಪಮಾಲಂಕಾರ.
ಹಾ, ವಾಚಕ ಪದ ಯಾವುದು?
ಅಂತೆ.
ಸಮಾನ ಧರ್ಮ
ತುಂಬಿ ತುಳುಕುವುದು.
ತುಂಬಿ ತುಳುಕೋದು. ಉಪಮೇಯ ಕುಣಿಗಲ್ ಕೆರೆ. ಉಪಮಾನ
ನಿಂಬೆಹಣ್ಣು.
ಲಿಂಬೆಹಣ್ಣು. ಸರಿ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಸರಿನಾ? ಈಗ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಾವರೆ ಇದು ಯಾವ ಸಮಾಸ? ಹೇಳಿ. ಬೆಟ್ಟದಾವರೆ, ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ತಾವರೆ
ಸಂಧಿಯ ಸಮಾಸ್ರಿ.
ಸಮಾಸ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ. ಬೆಟ್ಟದಾವರೆ ಇದು ಯಾವ ಸಮಾಸ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ. ಹೌದು, ಅದು ಸಂಧಿ
ತತ್ಪುರುಷ ಸಮಾಸ.
ತತ್ಪುರುಷ ಸಮಾಸ. ಸರಿ, ಒಂದು ಹುಡುಗಿ ಕೇಳಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿನೇ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ಯಾವ ಸಂಧಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅವರು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ತಾವರೆ, ಬೆಟ್ಟದಾವರೆ ತಕ್ ಬಂತು ಅದೇ ಸಂಧಿ ಅಂತ ಆಗ್ತಿರ್ತದ. ಅವ್ರ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿನೇ ಇದೆ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ತಾವರೆ, ಬೆಟ್ಟದಾವರೆ ಯಾವ ಸಮಾಸ?
ತತ್ಪುರುಷ.
ಹಾ, ತತ್ಪುರುಷ. ವಯೋವೃದ್ಧ, ವಯೋವೃದ್ಧ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಿಂದ ವೃದ್ಧ, ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಿಂದ ವೃದ್ಧ, ವಯೋವೃದ್ಧ.
ಕರ್ಮಧಾರೆ,
ಕರ್ಮಧಾರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದ? ಕರ್ಮಧಾರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಬರ್ತದ? ತತ್ಪುರುಷನೇ. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್, ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ತತ್ಪುರುಷ ಅಂತ. ಕರ್ಮಧಾರೆಯದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷಣ ಇರ್ತದ. ಕರ್ಮಧಾರೆಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿರ್ತದ? ವಿಶೇಷಣ ಇರ್ತದ. ಹೌದಲ್ಲ? ಆ ಕರ್ಮಧಾರೆ ಸಮಾಸದ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಅದು ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಿಂದ ವೃದ್ಧ, ವಯೋವೃದ್ಧ, ತತ್ಪುರುಷ ಸಮಾಸ ಆಗ್ತದ. ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಿಂದ ವೃದ್ಧ, ವಯೋವೃದ್ಧ, ತತ್ಪುರುಷ ಸಮಾಸ. ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಹುಡುಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಈಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಕರ್ಮಧಾರೆ ಸಮಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷಣ ಪದಗಳು ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾವ, ಉತ್ತರ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾವ? ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ. ಸರಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಿಯಾ ಸಮಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದಗಳು ಉತ್ತರ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾವ, ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾವ?
ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದ.
ಹಾ,
ಉತ್ತರ ಪದ.
ಉತ್ತರ ಪದ ಇರುದೇ 2 ಪದ ಇರ್ತಾವ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಂತ. ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಕ್ರಿಯಾ ಸಮಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾವ, ಉತ್ತರ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾವ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಯಾವ ಸಮಾಸ?
ದ್ವಿಗು.
ದಿಗು. ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದು ದಿಗು ಅಂತ. 2 ಅಥವಾ 2ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನಾಮಪದಗಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಯಾವ ಸಮಾಸ?
ದ್ವಂದ್ವ.
ಯಾವುದು? ದ್ವಂದ್ವ. 2 ಅಥವಾ ಹಾ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆ 2 ಅಥವಾ 2 ನಾಮಪದಗಳು ಇರ್ತಾವ, ದ್ವಂದ್ವ ಸಮಾಸ ಅಂತ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅದ. 2 ಅಥವಾ 2ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನಾಮಪದಗಳಿದ್ರೆ ದ್ವಂದ್ವ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಆ ಪದ ನಾವು ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ಬರಿತೀವಲ್ಲ, ವಿಗ್ರಹ ವಾಕ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ ಪದ. ವಿಗ್ರಹ ವಾಕ್ಯ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ವಿಭಕ್ತಿ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಯ ಇರಬೇಕು?
ಪ್ರಥಮವು.
ಪ್ರಥಮಾನೇ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್, ಅದು ನೆನಪಿರ್ಲಿ. ಬಿಡಿಸುವ ವಿಧಾನ ಕೂಡ ಕೇಳಬಹುದು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಬಾರಿ. ಆ ಪದವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಈ ದ್ವಂದ್ವ ಸಮಾಸ ಬಿಡಿಸುವ ಈ ವಿಧಾನ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅದು ಬಿಡಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ರಾಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣರು ಬಿಡಿಸ್ರಿ, ವಿಗ್ರಹ ವಾಕ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ.
ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣನು.
ರಾಮನು ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣನು ಅಂತ ಬಿಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲಿ. ಪ್ರಥಮ ಹೂವು ಇರ್ತದ, ಅದು ಕೂಡ ನೆನಪಿರ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಹೂವು ಇರ್ತದ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ವನಾಮ ಮತ್ತು ಕ್ರದಂತ ಬಂದ್ರೆ, ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ವನಾಮ ಮತ್ತು ಕ್ರದಂತ ಇದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ಸಮಾಸ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ?
ಗಮಕ ಸಮಾಸ.
ಗಮಕ ಸಮಾಸ ನಿಮ್ಗ? ಹಾ, ಅರಿ ಸಮಾಸ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸರಿ, ಅರಿ ಸಮಾಸ ನಿಮ್ಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅರಿ ದೋಷದಿಂದ ಕೂಡಿದ್ದು ಅದು ಗಮಕ ಸಮಾಸ. ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಗಮಕ ಸಮಾಸ ಅಂತ? ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ವನಾಮ ಮತ್ತು ಕ್ರದಂತ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಏನಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ? ಗಮಕ ಅಂತ. ಸರಿನಾ? ಒಂದೊಂದಕ್ಕೊಂದೊಂದು ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷಣ ಪದಗಳಿದ್ರ ಕರ್ಮಧಾರೆ. ಉತ್ತರ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಪದಗಳಿದ್ರ ಕ್ರಿಯಾ ಸಮಾಸ. ಈಗ ಎರಡು ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅದು ಒಂದೊಂದು ಶಬ್ದನಾಗ. ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಇದ್ರ
ದ್ವಿಗು.
ಪೂರ್ವ ಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ವನಾಮ ಮತ್ತು ಕ್ರದಂತ ಇದ್ರ
ಗಮಕ ಸಮಾಸ.
ನಾಲ್ಕದ. ಈಗ 2 ಅಥವಾ 2ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನಾಮಪದಗಳಿದ್ರ
ದ್ವಂದ್ವ ಸಮಾಸ.
ದ್ವಂದ್ವ ಆಯ್ತು. ಹೌದಿಲ್ಲ? ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆ 2 ಪದಗಳು ಸೇರಿ ಬೇರೊಂದು ಅರ್ಥ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರ
ಬಹುರ್ವಿ ಸಮಾಸ.
ಬಹುರ್ವಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಅಥವಾ 3 ಅರ್ಥಗಳು ಸೇರಿ ಬೇರೊಂದು ಅರ್ಥ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಬಹುರ್ವಿ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಹೌದಿಲ್ಲ? ಅದು ಬಹುರ್ವಿ ಸಮಾಸ ಅಂತ. ಹೀಗೆ ಸಮಾಸಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಆಯ್ತು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಪದ್ಯ ಬಾಹಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಗರ. ನೀವು ಪದ್ಯ ಬಾಹಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕಂತಿದೆ, ಪದ್ಯ ಕೇಳೋದಿದೆ ನಿಮಗೊಂದ್ 2 ದಿನ. ನಾನು ಮೊನ್ನೆನೇ ಹೇಳಿನಿ, ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಇನ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಬೇಗ ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನು ನಾಳಿನ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಅವ್ಯಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷ ಹೇಳಿನೇನಿಲ್ಲೋ ಅದು ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ಯಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಹೇಳಿರಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಹೇಳಿ.
ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷ ಹೇಳಿನೇನಿಲ್ಲೋ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಒಂದು 2-3 ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ನಿಧಾನ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು ಅವ್ಯಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಈಗ 1 ವಾರ ನಾನು ಲೆಸನ್ಗಳು ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಲೆಸನ್ ಏನ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ನನ್ನ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಒಂದು ಉಳ್ದದ, ಗುರಿ ಪದ್ಯ ಒಂದದ, ಪೂರಕ್ ಪಾಠ ಅದಾವು. ನೋಡೋಣ ಯಾವ ಲೆಸನ್ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಏನೋ ಅಂತ ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡೇ ಹೇಳೋದು. ಒಂದು ವಾರ ಗ್ರಾಮರೇ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಪರೀಕ್ಷಾಕ್ಕೂ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗ್ತದ, ಮುಂದೂ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ, ನೀವು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ?
ಎಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಒಂದು ವಾರ ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ.
ಎಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಹಾ, ಈಗ ಅವ್ಯಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಾರಿ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಒಂದ್ 2-3 ಪೀರಿಯಡ್.
ಎಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ನೆನಪಾರಿರ್ಬೋದು ನೀವು ಅವ್ಯಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದ್ರ ನೆನಪಾರಿರ್ತೀರಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ನೋಟ್ಬುಕ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಮುಂದೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಂತ ಕೂಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ಯಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಟ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಮೊದಲು ನಾನು ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಒಂದು 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಅವ್ಯಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೇಳೋದಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾವ್ದು ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಸಂಧಿ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ಸಮಾಸ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ನಾಮಪದ ಯುದ್ಧಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಹೀಗೆ ಒಂದು 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ಯಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಟ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಇದೇ ಹೋಮ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಗ್ರಾಮರ್ ಓದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಪದ್ಯ ಬಾಯಾಟ ಮಾಡೋದು.
Oh,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, thank you. We all are know about that. From today onwards, it's going to be start a seminar. Okay. So first, it's a Monday, and we are having with us Sukanya Rabina. Okay. Now she is going to give a seminar on the poem "The Temple and the Body." Okay. So which is written by Basvanna. Okay. Now you will get the sound of Sukanya Rabina. Just listen it very carefully, and what the new things she is going to give here, so just point out them after the completion of her seminar. Okay. So if you want to give any, if you want to ask any questions to her, then go for that. And she is also going to ask some questions for you guys, and you have to answer for that. Okay. So thank you.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I am Sukanya Rabinal of 10th class. Now I am going to present a seminar on the temple and the body. This was written by Basvanna. Let me explain about the poet. He was born Basvanna. This poem has written by Basvanna. He was born in 1106 and he was died in 1168. The birthplace of Basvanna is Vijaypur district, Basvanna Bhagyawadi, and he is the Brahmin. He was born in Brahmin family, and he is devoted to Hindu Dalita Shiva. And this Vachana or poem was translated by A.K. Ramanujan. Let me learn about the poem. The rich will make a temple of Shiva. What shall I, a poor man, do? My legs are a pillar, the body the shrine, the head a cupola of gold. Listen, O Lord of meeting rivers, these things standing shall fell, but the moving ever shall. Here, when on the situation when he was explained this poem is when the Dalita peoples or high caste peoples were not leaving him to enter the temple. On that time he was said this poem or the Vachana. First para, that is, the rich will make a temple of Shiva. What shall I, a poor man, do? Here this first para summary is this poem was written by Basvanna. We already know that on the time when the Dalita peoples or the rich peoples will not enter the temple, on that time he has said this. The poem desires to please God by building the temple for him, but is a poor man, hence he cannot do so. Here he is referring him as a poor man. What he is showing his how he should show the devotion to the God, and how he should show love towards the God. And in second para, my legs are a pillar, the body the shrine, the head a cupola of gold. Here cupola, it is refers to a small round dome, and the shrine, it is refers to the place of the God. You can call it in Kannada as Garbhagudi. And cupola, that is Shikara. I am correct, sir? Shikara. Next, this second para, that is summary, is he desires to his own legs, his own body, the temple, with his legs, a pillar, body, the body, the shrine, and the head, he is referring as a cupola of gold. Here, he can't, the rich peoples they are not entering in the temple. Then how he is sure to do? How he is divert his mind towards the God? He is thinking. Then he has got the idea about the God, and his body only he has converted into the temple. And he said that his legs are a pillar, and his body the shrine, and his head is a cupola of gold. In last para, listen, O Lord of meeting rivers, things standing shall fall, but the moving ever shall stay. Here, in this para, he is explaining about the people will make a build, rich people will build the buildings. It may destroy by the rain or destroyed by rain, wind or sun's ray. But until his death, his temple will cannot destroy. In this para, he is saying about, he is telling that my temple will never destroy with any wind, sun's rain and the rain. And here the moving that is refers to here human being and land of meeting rivers, that is Lord of Kudal Sangama. It is now it is in present Vijaypur district only, Kudal Sangama Deva. He is happy that the moving ever shall stay. That meaning is that he will able to carry the temple and his God forever himself. So it will never be destroyed. It shall stay until his death. Do you have any doubt? Shreya, do you have any doubt? Hello?
No doubt.
Okay. Shall I ask the question? The temple and the body, this was written by Shweta.
Basavanna.
When he was born, Rakshita. Srushti. Can anybody tell me when Basavana was born? Vaishnavi?
Repeat once again.
When Basavana was born? Let it be, I will only 10,106. And when he was died?
Thousand 168.
67.
Okay. What is the birthplace of Basavana?
Bagirwadi.
Okay. This Vachana or the poem translated by
K. Ramanujam.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, this is the small poem that I have chosen.
Okay. Listen here. She given her best and she tried to explain it well. This is a small poem, but the things is that before start the poem, she has given some basic idea. So why he was writing this poem and what is the real meaning of that poem. So here what happens in the 12th century. So Basavana and his disciples. So they found a new system of a religion or call it as a worshipping of God. So that word okay. So what happens at that time, for the first time in the history of the whole world, the caste system or the religion, spiritualities were questioned by the first person, that is none other than Basavana. So what he used to do that, he became the guru of all kinds of people, whether they were belonging to different kinds of caste or a religion, whatever it may be. But he became the guru of every caste people, and he allowed every person to worship the God. Before of that, so after the manuscripts of Vedas, so some people they have made changes in the origin of Vedas, where we will get that. So Vedas were changed by some writers, and in that writing, what Shudras are that Shudras. So they were not allowed to worship the gods. So they were not having the rights to wear that linga or anything. So later what happens when it's about the period of Basavana. So actually what happens, Basavana allowed all caste of peoples to go and worship the God. So now here this poem tells that clear difference between rich and poor people. Now what happens one day, a poor man asking Basavana that, okay, rich people used to build the temples, okay, they used to build the temples and okay. So rich people will build the temples and they will show their devotion towards God. So everyone will show their devotion towards a God in different manners. So the rich people, what they will do? So obviously they were having wealth, okay, they were having money, and they used to build the temples. So but a poor man asked the question that, so they were the rich people, they will build the temples and they will start worshipping the God in that temple. But what about the poor man? So how he used to worship that? ಅದೇ ನೋಡಾಕ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಇರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. Okay. So then, so that he suggests Basavana say that. So just what rich people will build the temples, and so he questions, the rhetorical question is there. He asks the questions that, so I am now poor man, what I have to do? How I will show my devotion towards God? Just he wants. So he only gives the answer in the poem that. So he says, so a temple means that is a construction what we are having. So what it has, first it will it's having the kind of a pillar. Okay, so based on the pillars they have constructed a building. Okay, so that building having a cupola on its top. Okay, and the statue of that god or goddess, they will be present in that building. So this is what the physical appearance of the temple. Now what this kind of physical statue or physical appearance will not possible to be prepared for that poor man. Okay, to build a temple, it is not a easy task for him, or to establish the statue of a god or goddess, it is also not easy for him. And the tough one task is to make a gold of cupola. Okay, the cupola of gold, so which is very, very tough task for him. Now what happens here, he says that, okay, if we build a temple, okay, so one day what happens, that building was going to be destroyed. Okay, because of the so many reasons, it will going to destroy in once. But he says that, so I am trying to build here a different kind of temple which cannot be destroyed. Okay, it will not having its end. So that what he says, that the kind of the kind of thing by building the temples and worshipping the god without any spiritual mindset, so that is not a kind of worship. So what he says that my whole body is the temple. Okay, he was comparing his whole body with the temple. Simply he used to tell that his legs are pillars. His legs are pillars based on that leg. See, on that legs only whole body. So our body will used to stand on our whole body will stand on our legs only. So now like that, so that's why the whole building will used to stand on the pillars. So now he used to compare his own legs with the pillars. He says that my legs are pillars. Okay, and he says that the body is the shrine. The whole body of mine is the shrine. Okay, and he also tells that the head is a cupola. So now how a temple used to have a cupola. Okay, so obviously, so most of the temples, they were having the gold, cupola of the gold. So if the rich people used to make them, they will make that cupola with the gold. But he says that I'm a poor, my whole body is a temple, my legs are pillars, my body is shrine, and the head is like cupola of the gold. Listen, O Lord of the meeting rivers, things standing shall fall, but moving ever shall. Now he says that. So whatever the things present on the earth, so what they will do, if they will stand, means they were not having any kind of spirituality or any kind of liveliness in them, so they will going to destroy or going to die once. But what happens, the things which moves from a place to place or shifting. They will shift, so they will never die. So he says simply, so we have to worship the God, through our soul. Okay, so we have to build a temple in our soul. So we have to keep that God inside of us. Okay, so then our the worship will get the value. Okay, if just building a temple and worshipping the God, by establishing the statue in that building, it's not kind of a original. Without a spirituality, if you made that artificial one activity, that is not to be called as a spirituality. So what we have to do? We have to worship Him with the soul. Okay. So what? Obviously, nowadays people will do that only. Okay. So they were not having any spiritual mindset, or they are not having devotional towards the God. So just they want to show their wealth. They want to show their dignity. They want to show their superiority. Okay, by building the huge temples. Okay, so in the 12th century, okay, that's not possible. So in that century, in the period of that Baspanna, what they have to do? Even in the common man, they used to worship the gods. Okay, and they made the temples inside of them only, and they were worshipping their beloved gods. So their names will be different. The gods' names will be different, but they were worshipping the gods with the clear-minded, okay, pure-minded, pure soul. Okay. So this is what the simple poem. So the kind of whole poem he differentiated two categories. One is a rich, another one is a poor. How poor will show that their devotee towards the God, and how rich will use to show the devotee towards the God. The question arises that by just building the temple and establishing everything, so what we need for the temple, that's not is a real devotee. Okay, or the thing which is different of that. So now Basavana says the real devotee is a different of that. Okay, so God is not in the temple. God is present in ourselves, or in our pure souls. That he explained. And so he uses, at that time, at the period of that, we will get so many stories. Okay, so which will show that this is the true one. Okay, what happens? So many, Sharanas were there at that time. One of them was used to, cut the trees. Okay, what happens? He, he tied a linga towards around his neck. What happens? While he was cutting the tree, okay, so that wood linga, what we will use, we used to tie around our neck. So that linga of that man was almost, it's opened up and it's fallen on that ground. What happened? So he was not, just noticed that thing. Just he was busy with his work. So just he cut the trees and he taken that bundle of the tree on his head, and he was moving towards the city. Now what happens? See, this is what it's a real or an imaginative story. We don't know, but this is what an example of a clear devotee or spiritual mindset or pure soul. So what happens? The linga, what the symbol of Shaivism. So that just used to follow that man. So that is whether it is a real story or imaginary one. See, it is not important. The theme or the intention behind of that is very important. So it walks behind of him, and when he reaches the city, so just he turned and he watched it. Okay, his linga was present there. Now by watching this, what you will get? If you are pure-mindedly worshipping the gods, okay, you have created a temple, okay, for that God inside of you. And if you are worshipping with a pure soul, so then he will always with you guys. Okay, so don't go and search in that God in the temples. Simple. So this is what the poem, the temple and the body. So in the whole poem, just he distinguished the two categories. One is a rich and a poor people. So just he, explains in the whole poem how they worship the gods. The small poem is there, and the poem is also for your memorization. Memorize that poem, so you will get it in the examination definitely. Okay. Okay. So any questions relating with the poem? Just go for it. And one more thing is that the Lord, see, O Lord of the Meeting River. So this is the pen name of Basavanna. So he used to write all vachanas, see, by using that pen name only, O Lord of the Meeting River. And Kudala Sangamadeva. So what we say in Kudala Sangamadeva, that is in English, they have made it as a O Lord of the Meeting River, simply. Okay, so go for that. If you are having any questions, then go for it. Okay, so next, tomorrow, so who is having seminar? Aditya, yours is there?
Yes, sir.
On which topic?
Sir, Karana.
Karana, okay. That is a huge story. You will make it as a short?
Yes, sir.
Okay, within that 45 or 50 minutes, you have to complete it. Okay, so just make that much of arrangement, and you have to finish the whole lesson in that of 45 minutes. Okay, so just the things you have to say that. Already I will give the story of about his birth and everything. Now this class only. Just you have to directly go for that lesson only. Okay. So now the simple thing is that of about Karna. Okay. So who was the mother of Karna?
Kunti.
Kunti. Okay. So what happens? Okay. So at that time, Kunti Bhoja was the king of a kingdom. So Kunti Bhoja was the father of Kunti. So she was not married. Okay, from that only the story starts. So Kunti was a maid. So now what happens? Once, so the Durvasa Maharshi came to their palace. So now what happens? He was a very angry man. So now, see, if any kind of mistakes happens, he used to give a curse to them. Now what happens? Kunti Bhoja appointed his own daughter Kunti to serve. Okay, that Durvasa Maharshi, and Kunti, he served Durvasa very well, and Durvasa was happy. Okay, now he just watched the future of that girl. So in her future, she was not going to get any children. Okay, so that's why he called her and he given 5 mantras to her. Okay, he said that if you just say these mantras, you will get the babies from that mantras which belong which beloved to that gods. So now Kunti was see, this is what all will have. So we all also, if anyone says that, so this is what this pocket is having something, just kept it with you. So what happens? Just whenever we will used to wash that pocket, we are having the curiosity. So to open that and watch what is there in that pocket. Okay. So that kind of curiosity Kunti was also having. And what happens? She just her soul or her mind always telling that to recite that mantras. But see, now that she was a young girl at that time, she was doubting on the words of Durvasa, and just she recited the first mantra of about Surya Deva. Okay, so that first mantra is of about Surya Deva. Okay. Now what happened? Surya Deva came in front of that Kunti, and he said that. So what? See, now she recite the mantras of Surya. Surya given a son to her with all his mighty. Okay, so with all his energy and all his power, he generated a baby. Okay, so he formed a baby and given it to Kunti. Now, so Kunti was stupefied because she was even maid. She was not married anyone. So without, if you get son without marrying in the society, how society behaves, so how society doubts on her. That we all know that. So now Kunti was afraid of about that thing. She feared of about that, and just she taken that baby or a child in her hand. So just she kept that baby in the she just allowed that baby to flow in that river. Now what happens? That baby ultimately just it flows through that water, and ultimately it reaches a place. A man, a charioteer, taken that baby. Okay, so now he taken to that baby to his home. So the charioteer and his wife, they were not having any kind of child or children. So now they consider that is the water prasada for them, which was given by the god. Okay, now they have they started taking care of about that child, and they named that boy as that's called Radhe. Okay, so charioteer's wife's name Radha. Okay, so and so because of Radha's son, he named as Radhe. Later he only called as Karna. Okay, so this is what the originating story of Karna. So this thing you have to remember that. So originally he was belonging from Kshatriya family. Now, so in his blood, so in his body, so the blood which is present, that is of Kshatriya. But now he was present. He was presently at that time he was growing. Okay, in the caste of Shudras. Okay, so Shudras. Now what happens? For Shudras at that time, it is not possible to learn the archery or any kind of things. So that's only restricted for the higher class people. Okay, for rich class people, for especially Kshatriyas. Okay, now what happens? So Karna he has a desire to learn that archery. Okay, that is what we got that in the poem Bhutto. That is the science of Drona. Okay, so here Karna want to learn the archery. Okay, so the same thing happens. What happens with that Bhutto or Ekalavya? Now what happens? He went to so many teachers. Okay, to ask that to teach him that archery, but all the teachers or the masters, so-called gurus, they refused to teach him because he was Shudra. Okay, now what happens? At that time, there was a great master in the whole world. Okay, his name was Parashuram. Okay, so Parashuram. So actually his name was not Parashuram. His name was only Ram. Okay, so he has a weapon. That weapon name was called Parashu. Okay, so Parashu means that godly. So that Parashu, so that's why he got a name called Parashuram. Okay, so now what happens? Karna went to Parashuram. Okay, just there was a huge story behind of Parashuram also. Okay, now what happens? Parashuram just he owned the whole earth. Okay, and see, he killed so many kings, so who used to rule that land with cruelty. So that he killed so many kings. Okay, now what happens? So just finally he decided to stay somewhere, and now he was not teaching any other Kshatriyas or any Shudras or anyone. Just he used to teach the people who belongs to Brahmin community. Now this is the point what Karna went to Parashuram and he want to learn the archery. Okay. So Parashuram asked this, so that Karna, so whether he was belonging to Brahmin community or not. Now here is the what mistake Karna had done. So this is a big mistake what he had done. He said that he was belonging to Brahmin community. Now Parashurama tested him and he selected Karna as their pupil. So this is what the big turn in his life. Now, at that time, Parashurama was the supermost master, or the man who was having supernatural powers. So now he given all kinds of educations to that Karna, from small weapons to to Brahmastra, using the Brahmastra, all kinds of knowledge or education relating with that archery he given to Karna. Now Karna got the mastery in the using of even what Brahmastra also. No, one day what happens? So just now Parashurama was sleeping on the laps of Karna. So you know that a story, okay? A kind of small insects came there and it started holding the laps of Karna. Okay, the blood was started flowing. Okay, just Parashurama was sleeping on his laps only, and see what if he moved from that place, so that will disturb Parashurama's sleep. So that's why Karna he bear that all kinds of pain what he had. So when the blood started flowing and it touches the head of Parashurama, so Parashurama feels some kind of cold, and just he awakened from the sleep, and he was used to watch the situation, and he was shocked, and he was in angry mood now. He understood that by see how great people will be. So just by watching that situation, he understood everything, and he asked the question to Karna, in anger. Now tell the real truth, whether you are the Brahmin or not. So now Karna, and he got that. So now the time came to tell the truth. Now he agreed that he was not a Brahmin, he was belonging to Shudra family, and he asked apology to that Parshurama for his life. But Parshurama was in his anger, he gave a curse to him back. So when Karna when he in the need of using that Brahmastra or any archery, any weapons of archery, so that's going to be forgotten. So mantras of that weapons were going to be forgot. So this is what the curse he given to Karna. So because of that curse only, he died in the battlefield of Mahabharata, Kurukshetra. So this is what the story with regarding with him. So after of all these things, so just he came back to Hastinapur, where his parents used to live. Now, when he enters to the Hastinapur, or when he came back to Hastinapur, at the same time, here things are going different. So here also, see, Kuru dynasty, which is ruling Hastinapur. So they were having, that Hastinapur also having two princes called Pandu and Dhritarashtra. So now what happens? Dhritarashtra was blind. Because of that blindness, he was not appointed as a king of that Hastinapur. And Pandu appointed as a king of Hastinapur. So simply he appointed as the king of Hastinapur. Now after a few times, Pandu Raja was died, and now Pandu was also having some totally 5 children. So he also got the children. Now Kunti got children from that remaining mantras. Okay, so from the mantra of Emma. Okay, Emma, she got a baby called Dharmaraya, okay, or Yudhishthira. And so later, this is the second mantra what she used to say. And the third one, so that is of about Vayudev. And she got a son called Bhima. And the fourth one, so that is what Indradev was mantra. Okay, she got a baby called Arjuna. Okay, so now how many mantras remains to her? So only one. Okay, so that she given to her sister Madri. Okay, so now Madri recites that mantra. So that is Ashwini Nakshatras. Okay, both were gods. Okay, so because of that only, so now she got 2 sons, that is Nakul and Sahadev. Okay, so in this way, 5 Pandavas also taken birthday. So in that same kind, okay, so 101 Kauravas are also taken birthday. So they were always used to fight with them. So Kauravas were used to fight against Pandavas. Okay, so they were not living together, especially Bhima and Duryodhana. So they were not allowing to unite and used to live together. Now at that time only they went to learn they used to go to learn the education. So from Dronacharya, and after the completion of that their whole education, they also came there. Now there was an exhibition of their education. Okay, so that is what the first scene of your lesson will going to start there. So now there was a arena. So arena was arranged for what? for the exhibition of the kind of educations what the Pandavas and Kauravas were learned by their Dronacharya. That was going to be performed in that arena. So now all used to just show their talent. So finally Arjuna, he made the people who present in that arena shocked because of that his skill what he was having with the archery. So he was a great archerian and he performed so many magical skills with the arrows. At that time only our hero enters to the arena with the thunderbolt sound. So he made a great sound with his arrows and he entered the arena. Now what happens in that arena? That to be continued by Aditya Elladgi in the next class. Okay, thank you. Now Aditya, you have to start from the scene 1.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.